Waheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umetoa nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tunakuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote tutakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na ziwa zako ziendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeant, can you ring the division bell?
And having not achieved the quorum pursuant to Standing Order 34, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Dr. Moses Wetangula, has asked for the bell to be rung for 10 minutes to allow members of Parliament to walk into this afternoon session, being a third session of the afternoon sitting, today being March 6th, the session that was expected to commence at 2:30 p.m. And after members of Parliament will have deliberated on the report on the 2024 budget policy statement by the chairperson of Budget and Appropriations Committee, they'll also this afternoon discuss on the bill, the National Disaster Risk Management Bill of the National Assembly, that is Bill number 24 of 2023, that is being in its second reading by the leader of the majority party, Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, who is also the Member of Parliament for Kikuyu constituency. The principal objective of the National Disaster Risk Management Bill is to provide a legal framework for the coordination of the disaster risk management activities in both levels of government. The bill establishes the Intergovernmental Council on the Disaster Risks Management and the National Disaster Risk Management Authority to ensure that there is a coordination of disaster risk management issues at the national and county level. And the quorum has been achieved in accordance to Standing Order 34, and I now hand over you to the plenary. Let's listen in.
Take your seat. Honorable members, allow me to introduce to you and recognize a delegation from the United Republic of Tanzania. Honorable members, I wish to introduce to you a delegation of honorable members of the Budget Committee from the National Assembly of the United Republic of Tanzania, who are seated in the Speaker's row. They comprise the following: the Honorable Daniel Baron Silo MP, Chairperson and Head of Delegation; the Honorable Omar Mohamed Kigua MP; the Honorable Shamsi Vuai Naboda MP; the Honorable Mariam Madalu Nyoka MP; the Honorable Dr. Charles Kimei MP; the Honorable Subira Hamis Mugalu MP; the Honorable Jonas William Buda MP; the Honorable Juma Hamad Omar MP, the Honorable Kwagilwa Ruben Ngamanilo MP, the Honorable Stella Ikupa MP, the Honorable Joseph Zacharias Kamonga MP, the Honorable Josephat Singamba Kandenge MP, the Honorable Leah Jeremiah Komanya MP, the Honorable Rahid Abdallah Rashid MP, the Honorable Zainab Athuman Katimba MP, the Honorable Bahati Hamisi Kombo MP, the Honorable Vedastos Manyinyi Mathayo MP, the Honorable Oran Manasse Njeza MP, the Honorable Omar Al Omar MP, the Honorable Zaitun Saif Swai MP, and the Honorable Bahati Kenneth Ndingo MP. Honorable members, the delegation, accompanied by 9 members of staff from the committee secretariat, is in the country to benchmark with their counterpart committee in the National Assembly, share experiences on areas of mutual interest, and foster parliamentary democracy and diplomacy. On my own behalf and that of the National Assembly, I welcome the delegation to the Parliament of Kenya and wish them fruitful engagements during the stay in the country. I thank you.
Order number 3, messages. Asante sana Bwana Spika. Nachukua nafasi hii kukuunga mkono, kukaribisha wenzetu wa bunge jirani kutoka nchi ya Tanzania kwenye bunge letu la kitaifa, na ninapoangalia ninaona wako sawa, sababu wako na akina mama, wako na akina baba. Ninaona wanafuatilia maadili ya kuhakikisha kwamba kila jinsia imeweza kuwakilishwa kwenye kamati hiyo, na nitaomba kwamba tuendelee kufanya ile tunaita demokrasia ya bunge, ndio tuweze kuleta uwiano mwema kwenye jamii zetu, sababu mambo ya Afrika Mashariki, sisi ndio viongozi wa Afrika Mashariki. Tukubali kuwafanya kazi pamoja, tulete uwiano, tulete mambo ya kutangamana vizuri, na nawakaribisha pia waweze kutembea nchini mwetu, ndio wakuwe wakienda kule Tanzania, wakuwe ndio watasema mazuri ya nchi yetu, na waweze kutembea. Wanajua ni Nairobi peke yake tuko na buga la wanyama katika nchi yetu, katika city ambayo katika jiji letu. Kwa hivyo muweze kupata nafasi ya kutembea, na mkirudi kwenu pia mpeleke salamu zetu kama wabunge na za nchi nzima. Karibuni tena.
Well done, Wangari. Naona unaongea Kiswahili sanifu. Asante sana. Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as I lay this paper, I also want to welcome our counterparts from the
Honorable Bon.
Mr. Speaker, I think the Honorable Sahir was inducted very well when he entered into this house. The Honorable, he just walked from here across to the other side, the Honorable Sahir. Is it not the Honorable Speaker?
Honorable who?
Zahir.
Where is he? You are totally out of order. Go to the bar, bow, and then cross the floor. Go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, you know, people learn at different levels and at different times. So, the Honorable, I want to join you, Honorable Speaker, as I lay papers to welcome our brothers and sisters from the United Republic of Tanzania into this august house. feel most welcome and enjoy the proceedings of this House. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, March 6, 2024, afternoon sitting. Honorable Speaker, 1, Associational Paper number 2 of 2018 on National Ethics and Anti-Corruption Policy from the Office of the Attorney General. 2, the Kenya-European Union Economic Partnership Agreement from the Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry. 3, the Kenya-European Union Economic Partnership Agreement from the Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry, Treasury. 4, reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the years ended 30th June 2021 and 30th June 2022 and the certificates therein in respect of A, Our Lady of Perpetual Sakawa Girls Secondary, B, Mosop Mixed Secondary School, St. Michael Unyuani Secondary School, Kwale Girls High School, Michi Mboko Girls High School, Kanyariri High School, the Salvation Army Likoni High School for the visually impaired, and 5, the annually National Government Budget Implementation Review in respect for the financial year 2022-2023 from the Office of the Controller of Budget. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to lay. I can say Michi Mboko is smiling because her school.
Yes, thank you, Majority Leader. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Vice Chairperson, Special Funds Accounts Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Why Vice Chairperson? Where is your Chairperson?
She's gone for another meeting, Mr. Speaker. She's gone for another meeting, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the Parliamentary Mortgage Scheme, Parliamentary Car Loan Scheme Fund, Parliamentary Car Loan Scheme Fund, and Parliamentary Catering Fund for the financial years 2020-2021 and 2021-2022 laid on the table of the House on 23rd of August, Thursday, 2023. Mr. Speaker, I'll give another one as well. I've got 7. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Special Funds Account Committee on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the Local Authorities Provident Fund for the financial years 2019-2020 to 2021-2022 laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 23rd of August, 2023. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the Kenya Slum Upgrading Low-Cost Housing and Infrastructure Trust Fund for the financial year 2017-18 to 2021-22 and the Alcoholic Drinks and Control Fund for the financial year 2017-2018 laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 18th of October 2023. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that in this House adopts the 5th report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the Commodities Fund for the financial years 2018-19, 2019-2020, 2020-2021, and 2021-2022 laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 7th of December. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the 6th report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the Stores and Services Fund for the financial years 2020-2021 and 21-22, and the Occupational Safety and Health Fund for the financial years 2020 2021 and 2021-2022 laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 7th of December. And the last two, Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the 7th report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the Land Settlements Fund for the financial years 2020-21 and 2021-2022, and the Railway Development Fund holding account for the financial year 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 7th December. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the 8th report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the Street Families Rehabilitation Trust for the financial year 2017, 2018, 2019, 2021, 2022, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, the 7th of December. And that is it. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Mishimbogo, Member for Likoni.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that aware that Article 43(1)(a) of the Constitution provides that every person has the right to the highest attainable standard of health, including the right to health care services. Further aware that mental health is a key determinant of overall health and socio-economic development. Recognizing that the Constitution assigned to the national government the responsibility of matters of health policy, concerned that according to the World Health Organization, mental and neurological disorders are common, and about 10% of the global population suffer from at least one mental health disorder at any given time. Concerned that psychiatric units are only available in a few facilities in the country, and patients requiring psychiatric services have limited or no access to these facilities. Acknowledging that access to healthcare facilities would lead to improve overall health, increase economic productivity, social equity, and improve quality of life for all. Now, therefore, this House urges the national government through the Ministry of Health to collaborate with county government to develop a policy integrating mental health care services in all healthcare facilities in the country. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Mishi. Before I call the next order, honorable members, allow me to acknowledge the presence of the following schools in the public gallery: Gatarwet Girls from Bureti, Kericho; Kiriti Secondary School from Tetu, Nyeri; Mamangina University from Kiambu, Gatundu South, Kiambu County. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students and their teachers to the House of Parliament.
Order number 7, questions and statements. Order number 8, motion, report on the consideration of the 2024 medium-term debt management strategy. Question to be put.
Yes, honorable member.
Honorable Speaker, I seek your indulgence on statement that I made on the floor of the House with your permission.
Yes, but
on 30th of November 2023, you approved my bill, the Council of Kenya Amendment Bill 2023, in line of in regard to IBC. On the 6th of December 2023, you allowed me to make a statement on the floor of the House, which I did. And after my statement, you said that you would allow a few members to make contributions to the same statement later before you refer the bill to the relevant committee. So, Honorable Speaker, I seek your indulgence on the way forward. I thank you.
The response has not been brought.
Second. I made the step, you approved the bill and then I made a statement.
Yes.
Which I made on the floor of the House. You committed that you will allow members to ventilate a few of them in the subsequent session.
Yes.
That has not yet happened, and I think it requires your direction whether we now continue directly or you approve it to go to the relevant committees.
Bashir, your matter is slated on the order paper for tomorrow. You have not been notified? You can approach the clerks at the table to advise you. Next. You called? Have you called out order 8? Order, honorable members. Order, take the seat. Honorable members, I now put the question at order 8, which is that this House adopts the report of the Public Debt and Privatization Committee on its consideration of 2024 medium-term debt management strategy laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 29th February 2024, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 15(4) of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 and Standing Order 232A7 and 8, A, approves the 2024 medium-term debt management strategy, and B, makes the policy and financial resolutions contained in the schedule to the order paper. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, motion, report on the 2024 budget policy statement.
Dendi Nyoro, Chairman, Budget and Appropriations Committee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to move that this House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the budget policy statement, that is BPS, for the financial year 2024-2025, and a compendium of departmental committee reports on the 2024 BPS laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 5th March 2024, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 25(7) of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 and Standing Order 232(9) and 10. A, approves the budget policy statement, that is BPS, for the financial year 2024-2025. B, makes the following financial resolutions with respect to BPS. Roman 1, that the national government budget ceiling be approved at Kenya shillings 2,564,563,100,000, of which the executive gets Kenya shillings 2,488,650,300,000, of which Office of the Auditor General gets 8,599,500,000, Parliament Kenya shillings 43,623 million, Judiciary 23,690,300,000. Roman 2 resolves that the allocation to county government's equitable share be approved at 391,117 million. resolves that consistent with the latest audited and approved revenues for financial year 2020-2021 amounting to Kenya shillings 1,570,545,014 shillings, the allocation to the equalization fund be set at 7,852,814,723 shillings. Roman 4 approves that the arrears to the equalization fund be set at Kenya shillings 3,347,185,275 shillings. Approves that allocation to county additional allocation be approved at Kenya shillings 48,186,590,924 shillings as per the third schedule, which shall form the basis for the county government additional allocation bill 2024. 6. Roman 6 resolves that consistent with the approved borrowing strategy in the medium term, the debt management strategy, the projected fiscal deficit be set at Kenya shillings 703,870,000,000, that is 3.9% of our GDP, being the difference between total revenue and grants and total expenditure and net lending. C, Honorable Speaker, that the first and second schedule form the basis for the ceilings for the financial year 2024-2025 budget estimates. D, that once approved by the House, these recommendations shall form the basis for financial year 2024-2025 budget estimates. E, orders that the first schedule to the order paper forms the basis for the ceilings for the financial year 2024-2025 budget estimates. And F, makes the policy resolutions contained in the second schedule to the order paper, that is non-financial recommendations relating to the budget policy statement for the financial year 2024-2025. Honorable Speaker, I want to allocate myself some role, Honorable Speaker, to request that if possible we can move together with my colleagues, because there are some far-reaching issues that we are going to talk about as I bring forth this motion. And I say so because I know there are some policy issues that we have been able to put in place that has got far-reaching implications to what we do here in the House, and especially as we serve the people of Kenya. And therefore it is possible we can move together. But first of all, Honorable Speaker, I take this opportunity to thank you because of according our committee the right environment for us to work in the last 2 weeks, Honorable Speaker, to be able to come up with this report that we are debating today. Honorable Speaker, I also wish to thank all the memberships of departmental committees, which are 20 in number, and especially led by their chairs, majority of whom I can see here today, Honorable Murugara, Honorable KJ, Honorable Mutonga, representing all the others, including Honorable Kagongo. Honorable Speaker, for taking time with their members, Honorable Speaker, sitting long hours for the last 2 weeks, Honorable Speaker, to be able to make recommendations that they did. To all the departmental chairs, majority of whom, Honorable Speaker, are here. All of them 20, I could have said them by name only because of time, because they are all my friends. I want them to feel appreciated, because the budget committee will never do this within that short of time, Honorable Speaker, without the kind of cooperation that we got from the departmental chairs and their memberships. Honorable Speaker, I also wish to thank the members of the Budget and Appropriations Committee. Honorable Speaker, majority of whom had actually taken leave from their homes for the last 2 weeks, Honorable Speaker, working day and night so that we deliver to our country the right policy statement, and especially by setting ceilings that will lead to accelerated economic growth. Honorable Speaker, even to the Parliamentary Budget Office, an office that falls under you as our head here in Parliament, I want to thank them for being very meticulous, led by Dr. Maside and all the other team from the Parliamentary Budget Office. Honorable Speaker, we came here last year and did the same kind of a report. It is important that I appraise my colleagues on the leaps you have taken especially forward. Honorable Speaker, last financial year, we came here and made the main budget. We have also come to this house and revised. And out of the policies that have been made by these members of parliament, because as budget committee, our work is basically to compile. The power is in this house, Honorable Speaker. Out of the good policies made through the wisdom of the colleagues in this parliament, Honorable Speaker, our economy in the year 2023, the first quarter of 2023, the GDP of Kenya grew by 5.5%, Honorable Speaker. In the second quarter of 2023, Honorable Speaker, the GDP of Kenya in the second quarter grew by 5.5%. Honorable Speaker, in the third quarter, our economy, GDP grew by 5.9%. We are still compiling the figures for the entire year, but it is projected, Honorable Speaker, that the Kenyan GDP in 2023 actually grew by 5.6%, Honorable Speaker, which makes Kenya the 28th fastest growing economy in the world. Honorable Speaker, the economy of Kenya in 2023 grew faster than the economy of China. The economy of Kenya, Honorable Speaker, in 2023 grew by many multiples, actually, the economy of the United States of America. The economy of Kenya, Honorable Speaker, grew not just by our standards as released by the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, but also the data released by international organizations and also Bretton Woods organizations, Honorable Speaker, including IMF and World Bank. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank this House for the good policies that we have put in place that is leading to accelerated economic growth in our country. And the data I'm giving, Honorable Speaker, as you know, I have no capacity to generate data. My work is just to lift and report. And the data that I'm reporting is the data presented to us even by the international organizations. Honorable Speaker, there are other parameters of which we use to determine where the economy is headed. One, as I have said, is GDP. The other parameter, Honorable Speaker, that is very important for us to note is our markets. Our markets, Honorable Speaker, there is the commodity market, there is the exchange rate market, and there is the money market. All these, Honorable Speaker, are determined by the fiscal policies that we put in place, and especially alongside the monetary policies. Honorable Speaker, I can report to this House that in the money markets, Honorable Speaker, yes, we have seen increased interest rates, Honorable Speaker, but it is because it is a tool that we have been using as a country to control especially the other markets, namely the exchange rate market and also the commodities market. Honorable Speaker, in the commodities market, we measure the trades of the prices using what we call inflation. Honorable Speaker, in regards to inflation, we segment inflation into three buckets or into three categories. One is the food inflation, the other one is fuel inflation, and the other one is what we call non-food, non-fuel or core inflation. Honorable Speaker, in total, in the month of January, the inflation in Kenya had come down on year to year to 6.9%. Honorable Speaker, as I speak here today, in the month of February, the inflation in Kenya had climbed down to 6.3%, Honorable Speaker, which is actually within our own targets as a country, because our target as a country in terms of inflation is 5% and a band of 2.5% either way, that is plus or minus. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, at 6.3%, we are doing fairly well. Looking forward, Honorable Speaker, and especially driven by food inflation, we can see our inflation going lower and lower, Honorable Speaker, and especially on the lower band, which is below 5%. Honorable Speaker, on the same breath, we have seen quite significant improvements in our exchange rate market. Honorable Speaker, at some point, we could see the other currencies rallying against our local currency. But recently, Honorable Speaker, out of the meticulous policies by this House and also the right government instruments, and especially Central Bank of Kenya, we have been able to see gradually our domestic currency, Honorable Speaker, becoming stronger and stronger. And Honorable Speaker, some of the issues that I've talked about are far-reaching, but they are also very important. And there is something that we are doing on each. And Honorable Speaker, one of the things that we are targeting in terms of the economic growth, number one, is that as the members of this House know, even as we grow the primary production, which basically is the bulwark of our economy, it also behoves of all of us to have the right policies that also accelerate secondary production and also tertiary production. But Honorable Speaker, in terms of primary production, in this BPS, we have been able to allocate significant ceilings, Honorable Speaker, for the purchase of farm inputs, for the purchase of fertilizer that is subsidized, for the purchase of seed, Honorable Speaker, both for cash crops and food crops. Honorable Speaker, we have input ceilings for the purchase of BT cotton, which is also a cash crop in Kenya, Honorable Speaker, and for other issues that I'll be talking about as I conclude. Honorable Speaker, in regards to inflation, what we have major control on, Honorable Speaker, is the food inflation and the core inflation. Because the fuel inflation, to a large extent, is determined by exogenous variables, Honorable Speaker, variables beyond our control. And Honorable Speaker, in terms of food inflation, which we can clearly put in policies, in this BPS, Honorable Speaker, as I said earlier, we have laid down the enough resources so that we continue to boost our production of food, so that, Honorable Speaker, we can have enough food, Honorable Speaker, for the balance between demand and supply as our farmers strive to feed our country. Honorable Speaker, also on core inflation, that is part of the reason why we have been seeing an escalation of interest rates. And Honorable Speaker, as I moved the same report last year, the world was looking gloom and dark because the US, as members know, when it coughs, majority of the other economies catches cold. By that time, Honorable Speaker, the United States was coughing through something called inflation. And for them to contain inflation, they had to continually raise their basis points, the Fed rate, actually from 0 to 0.25% to the current, which is around 5.2% and 5%, Honorable Speaker. The United States had to raise the Fed rate for 11 consecutive times. That had ramifications at home, Honorable Speaker, because as they try to contain their inflation, Honorable Speaker, also it causes imbalance, Honorable Speaker, in the exchange rate market, because their currency is the dominant currency, it is a solid currency that the world uses to transact. Honorable Speaker, just to appraise members, when we have seen the central bank raising interest rates, and especially in the recent past, up to the current 13% in terms of the base rate. Honorable Speaker, this has been majorly to control what we call net capital inflows. Honorable Speaker, when we talk about currency, when we say the currency is weakening domestically, it happens when there is a lot of demand for the external currency. And Honorable Speaker, to balance that, then we have to do things that brings about other currencies into Kenya, so that we have more supply of other foreign currencies, Honorable Speaker, to be able to strengthen ours. And Honorable Speaker, in that regard, that is why Central Bank had to raise interest rate, number one, to contain inflation, but more importantly, also number two, Honorable Speaker, is to make Kenya desirable as an investment destination, and especially in regards to capital inflows. Honorable Speaker, exchange rate is determined by the barrels of payment. And the barrels of payment has two components. There is the import and exports, which export and import then gives us net exports. Honorable Speaker, on the other side, there is a plus. And this other plus is of capital inflow minus capital outflow, which then gives us net capital inflows. Honorable Speaker, import and export are handled through fiscal policies. And that is what we've been doing by raising our exports, but also by creating an enabling environment for import substitution. Honorable Speaker, on the other side of the capital account, it is managed through monetary policies. And that is why Central Bank of Kenya has been doing the needful so that, Honorable Speaker, we stabilize our currency, and we have already seen the fruit of that. Honorable Speaker, the budget that we'll be presenting later in the year, we have set the ceilings at Kenya shillings. And here I'll talk slowly, Honorable Speaker, if you permit. The budget that we have set in terms of the ceilings is a budget of Kenya shillings 4.188 trillion. Honorable Speaker, out of 4.188 trillion, we have the revenue side, but also the expenditure side. On the revenue side, our number one revenue stream is the ordinary revenue. We have set our ordinary revenue target at 2.94 trillion shillings, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, after that, we have what we call appropriations in aid. That is the monies that government institutions receive when they offer service to the Kenyan people. For example, when you pay university fee in a public institution, that is the monies government institutions are given authority to spend at source. And AIME, Honorable Speaker, we have set AIME at 486 billion Kenya shillings. Honorable Speaker, the other revenue stream are grants. We are expecting grants of 49 billion Kenya shillings. Honorable Speaker, if we add the math, then we see that out of what I've enumerated, there is a gap of 703 billion shillings, 0.87. 703.87 billion shillings. Honorable Speaker, that is our deficit. On the expenditure side, Honorable Speaker, there is and I hope members we are together. On the expenditure side, we categorize majorly into three thematic areas. Number one is the executive or national government expenditure. National government expenditure, Honorable Speaker, we have set a ceiling of 2.557 trillion. Honorable Speaker, national government incorporates the executive and the judiciary and parliament, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I see my time is almost up, so let me go to specifics. If this is to alert me. I thought I have 30 minutes, but...
You have 30 seconds.
Yeah?
You have 30 seconds.
Honorable Speaker, I beg, because I have been misinformed, kindly, by your indulgence, 5 minutes, I go to the areas that touches on the real issues.
Okay.
I thought I had 30 minutes.
Honorable members, as I indulge the chairman with 5 minutes, remember that you passed a motion that on a debate of this nature, the seconder and all of you contributing are entitled to only 5 minutes each.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'll go to specifics. Honorable Speaker, there are very many important things that we've been able to do, and I'll talk fast now. One, out of the threat we have in terms of security, we have enhanced the ceilings of majority of our security organs, Honorable Speaker, because we cannot talk about economic growth when we have security challenges. Water, Honorable Speaker, there is 67 billion Kenya shillings. We have allocated 220 billion Kenya shillings into roads, and especially going into completion of ongoing tarmac roads, Honorable Speaker. On agriculture, we have put money for fertilizer subsidy, Honorable Speaker, across all the crops, fertilizer that is crop specific, Honorable Speaker. We have put money for other inputs like BT cotton seed, Honorable Speaker, like sunflower seed and all the others on the value chains that we are targeting. We have also put in a ceiling of Kenya shillings 2 billion into Kenya Cherry Fund, into Coffee Cherry Fund, Honorable Speaker, to be able to guarantee coffee farmers prices through guaranteed minimum returns. We have also put in 1 billion shillings, Honorable Speaker, into sugar reforms, Honorable Speaker, to pay the arrears of Kenyan farmers who are owed by factories. We have also enhanced the budget in our health sector to Kenya shillings 151 billion, 4 billion of which we are giving as conditional grants to our counties, and especially to uplift the equipment in our level 1, 2, and 3 in our villages. But here is where I need members now to capture your attention. Honorable Speaker, many times I get these members of parliament coming to my office, and I am always happy, Honorable Speaker, to benefit from the wisdom of my colleagues. And what I'm talking about here is collective wisdom of this House. Out of that collective wisdom, I also want to laud the President, because he has been a member of this parliament, and majority of the things I'm going to read now are actually majority of it his brainchild. 1, Honorable Speaker, we have given Social Security 35 billion so that we facilitate the 70 years and above who got registered last year to also continue or start receiving their stipend. We have enhanced the education budget, and especially TSC budget specifically, by 26.3 billion shillings, Honorable Speaker. And out of the resolution of this House, all our JSS interns, who are 26,000 in number, are going to be confirmed through this BPS to permanent and pensionable. Honorable Speaker, the government will also hire an extra 20,000 interns, Honorable Speaker, to bridge the gap that is there in our learning institutions. Honorable Speaker, this House, for the independence of this House and to accelerate efficient legislative role, we have enhanced the budget of Parliament by 2.8 billion Kenya shillings, Honorable Speaker. This majority of it, as members know, many people out there may think legislature is us members of Parliament, but we have staff and apparatus. Honorable Speaker, our constituency offices, the Kenyans who work there have not had an enhancement. Honorable Speaker, out of this BPS, by July, every month, they'll get an enhancement of 131,000 per month on the constituency offices. Honorable Speaker, the same goes to the drivers and the bodyguards. Honorable Speaker, there was 10 billion Kenya shillings that had been taken to shareable revenue in our counties. I gladly now report to this House that money is now back and will be oversighted by these members of Parliament through the Constituency Rules Committee. Honorable Speaker, lastly, NGCDF, we have enhanced NGCDF by an extra 8.8 billion shillings, an average of 30 million per constituency on average, Honorable Speaker, so that we accelerate rural development. Lastly, listen to these members. Out of the guidance of the President, His Excellency William Ruto. Order. I'm coming to that. I'm coming there. Honorable Speaker, this is the most important point that I want to make. We have increased. Members have been coming to my office requesting for money for rural electrification. Honorable Speaker, we had a conversation with the President, and we have agreed that REREC is going to get an extra Kenya shillings 12 billion in this BPS. Give him 2 minutes. Give him 2 Honorable minutes. Honorable Speaker, I want to make this as my last point. Up in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I've given you an additional 2 minutes. Honorable Speaker, this is my last point. I have talked about NGCDF, an enhancement of 8.8 billion. Honorable Speaker, we are already having a conversation, and by the time we table the estimates, even GAF is going to have an enhancement, Honorable Speaker. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, listen to this. We have had a conversation with the President, and through the wisdom of this House,
majority of the members, when they come to my office, they request if we can get an enhancement in our rural electrification. Honorable Speaker, out of that, we have enhanced the ceiling of REREC by Kenya shillings 12 billion, Honorable Speaker, out of which REREC already had another budget of 9 billion. Honorable Speaker, out of that, 14.5 billion Kenya shillings is going to be equally divided among all the 290 constituencies. Because the president is very clear-minded that the programs that get oversight from these members, that is what gets done. Honorable Speaker, I seek to move.
Who is seconding? Order. Who is seconding?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. As the way we work in terms of this parliament, our departmental committees do a lot, and I seek to request one of the departmental chairs, Honorable KJ, to second this motion.
Order.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you. And I want to take this very early opportunity as I second.
Order, honorable members. Order, Honorable Kemei is out of order to picket in the House. Go on, KJ.
Thank you for the protection, Mr. Speaker. And I want to take this very early opportunity as I second to congratulate the very esteemed Budget and Appropriations Committee for burning the midnight oil and being able to deliver this budget policy statement report on time. Honorable Speaker, I shall also take the opportunity to congratulate the very able chairperson of the committee, the honorable member for Kiharo constituency, the honorable Manyora. Mr. Speaker, as committees were going through the process of budget policy statement, Mr. Speaker.
Order, honorable members. Order, DK. You can wait and congratulate your colleague out there in the garden. Don't disrupt the business of the House. Go on, KJ.
Honorable Speaker, we were able to make very serious observations as we were going through the process of the budget policy statement. And one key issue that we noted, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that even if on paper we agreed that we are working on a zero-based budget regime, we noted that we still have a situation where we are budgeting using traditional and historical allocations, Mr. Speaker, to an extent that there are sectors that end up suffering because traditionally they have not been very big sectors at the expense of the sectors that have always been dominant sectors, the very infrastructure heavy, capital intensive sectors like roads, education, health, and all these are big sectors. But Mr. Speaker, the big take home for this BPS is the fact that this House has finally found its footing in the process of budget making, that this House is taking the very serious business of budgeting back to where it belongs, which is the floor of this House. Mr. Speaker, over the years, there have been people who have attempted to overtake or usurp the responsibility of budgeting to themselves. And the culprits, Mr. Speaker, are known. The very infamous treasury mandarins have been known to interrupt the budgeting process. But this year, Mr. Speaker, with the process that we have undertaken, we are truly taking our place as the budgeting house. Mr. Speaker, I'd finally like to add this to this point, that with 4.1 trillion Kenya shilling budget, that we are funding to the tune of 2.9 trillion from the regular revenue, it means then that we are a country that is serious on living within its means. We are not here as parliament trying to budget in the way that we have seen even some counties trying to budget, where they overproject on the revenues that are not achievable, and they end up underscoring on the performance targets on the budget. So, Mr. Speaker, because the excitement is high, These members have seen the money they have put in for their electricity, for their schools, for the women and the youth in their constituencies. Mr. Speaker, I will not take any more time to dilute the excitement other than to congratulate the very able Member of Parliament from Keharo, the Honorable Samson Dende Nyoro, and his very hard-working committee of the Budget and Appropriation Committee. And Mr. Speaker, I second.
Order, Honorable Sirma, take the nearest seat. Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that this House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the Budget Policy Statement BPS for the financial year 2024-2025 and a compendium of departmental committee reports on the 2024 BPS laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 5th March 2024, and pursuant to the provision of Section 25(7) of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 and Standing Order 2, 3, 2, 9, and 10, approves the Budget Policy Statement BPS for the financial year 2024-25. B, makes the following financial resolutions with respect to the BPS. 1, that the national government budget ceiling be approved at Kenya shillings 2,564,563,100,000, of which 1, executive 2,488,650,300,000, of which Office of the Auditor General 8,599,500,000, Parliament 43,623,000,000, Judiciary 23,690,300,000. 2, resolve that the allocation to county government equitable share be approved at 391,117,000,000. 3, resolves that consistent with the latest audited and approved revenues for the financial year 2020-2021 amounting to Kenya shillings 1,570,562,945,014 shillings, the allocation to the equitable fund be set at Kenya shillings 7,814,725. 4, approves that the arrears to the equalization fund be set at Kenya shillings 3,547,185,275. 5, approves that the allocation for the county additional allocations be approved at Kenya shillings 48,196,590,924 as by the third schedule, which shall form the basis for the county government additional allocations bill 2024. 6, resolves that consistent with the approved borrowing strategy in the medium-term debt management strategy, the projected fiscal deficit be set at Kenya shillings 703,870,000,000, that is 3.9% of GDP, being the difference between the total revenues and grants and total expenditure and net lending. C, that the first and second schedules form the basis for the ceilings for the financial year 2024-2025 budget estimates. D, that once approved by the House, These recommendations shall form the basis for financial year 2024-25 budget estimates. E, orders that the first schedule to the order paper forms the basis for the ceilings for the financial year 2024-25 budget estimates. And F, makes the policy resolutions contained in the second schedule to the order paper non-financial recommendations relating to the budget policy statement for the financial year 2024-25. Joseph McClap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a reason to smile and say the report of the BPS actually meets the expectations of Kenyans. 1.5 billion meant for rural electrification divided by 290 constituencies. Being a student of double mathematics, that takes every constituency on equal terms at 50 million per constituency. Mr. Speaker, if this will continue for the next 3 years, Mr. Speaker, it will change the percentage of power distribution in our country, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker, it is only necessary that REREC need now to put the money that will equate to, because not all constituencies have the same distribution network of power. Mr. Speaker, the ministry is an equitable share of 14.5, and then the other money now can be added so that other constituencies that have challenges can be actually be supported at equal measure, so that we bring up Kenya in all directions equitably for the people of Kenya to enjoy power. Mr. Speaker, the other important thing that we were debating in the morning, the chairman of the budget has raised a substantial issue that will bring development in Kenya, the promotion of growing of cotton in parts of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, will give us an opportunity to create employment, and even in the value chain of the cotton industry, Mr. Speaker, that is the plan of KWANZA, Mr. Speaker. And if we encourage the growing of cotton throughout the Republic, Mr. Speaker, then we shall be able to have fabric made from Kenya, and we can be able to put on what is made from Kenya. Mr. Speaker, the other part that is very important, Mr. Speaker, that has been raised by the chairman of the budget is the bringing back of about 10 billion shillings to Kera, so that it will be able to go to our constituencies, money that has been encroached by the governors for a period of time. Mr. Speaker, this will change the road network in our country, Mr. Speaker, because when the roads that are visible today in Kenya are the ones done by Kera, not done by the county government, Mr. Speaker. So the bringing back of 10 billion makes sense to this house and makes sense in the development of the road network in our constituency, Mr. Speaker. On the issue of the intern, Mr. Speaker, confirmation of intern without going further through an interview, Mr. Speaker, is actually changing the lives of about 56,000 teachers that were employed, Mr. Speaker. And an additional 20,000 teachers are going to be employed, Mr. Speaker. Those are the people who actually meet with the rubber every day. They are in the villages. That money that will be paid to teachers will actually be the money that will go to our communities, Mr. Speaker, and creating of 20,000 people for employment, Mr. Speaker, means we are changing lives for Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, even the reduction of the fiscal deficit, Mr. Speaker, to 703, Mr. Speaker, is the way to go. We should continue to reduce the fiscal deficit in our country so that we cannot continue to have huge debts, public debt, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the BPS, Mr. Speaker, gives us an opportunity as Parliament to approve a budget that will be able to distribute resources throughout the Republic of Kenya in the most fairest manner, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, some of the programs that the chairman has also highlighted, Mr. Speaker, are actually pro-people, pro-poor, Mr. Speaker. And that is what we want to bring up the rural economies, and we'll be able to get, when you develop the rural economies, Mr. Speaker, through production, you will get more revenue into our economy, and this country will be able to grow economically, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these programs, Mr. Speaker, including according to the details, including giving money to the modernization of police equipment, Mr. Speaker, so that we have effective and efficient security system that will be able to stem out the spread of criminal network in Kenya, Mr. Speaker, and we'll be able to have a country that is free from gangsters and bandits who actually terrorize innocent citizens and be able to grow our economy, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I rise to support and say the chairman of the budget is equal to task. He needs a further promotion.
Christopher Aseka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to support the budget policy statement 2024. This statement is written in accordance to section 25(2) of the Public Finance and Management Act of 2012. BBS lays government priorities and strategies. It helps to set ceilings, expenditure ceilings by every vote. And looking at this budget policy statement, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that Treasury has really worked well to ensure that the deficit on the 2024-2025 budget is reduced from 886 billion to 703. But as we laud Treasury in this endeavor, we should also ask ourselves, Honorable Speaker, if the overprojection of revenue collection by Treasury will hinder the implementation of this budget. Mr. Speaker, if Treasury doesn't collect the 2.5 trillion in ordinary revenue, it means the deficit on this budget will increase. It also means, Mr. Speaker, that some programs and projects within the budget will be affected. But on good side, Mr. Speaker, I want also to laud this budget policy statement. As the chairman of budget and the Procedural Committee has put it, ensuring equity and equality within the nation is the way to go. Having an equal amount of money to ensure that all areas within the Republic of Kenya are connected to the power is one thing that we should laud. Mr. Speaker, having money in this budget to ensure that our interns, whom we employed some 2 or 3 years ago, are employed on a permanent and a pensionable basis is another thing that we should laud. Mr. Speaker, also having more money to Parliament to enhance capacity building for members of Parliament, to ensure that there is money for Senate oversight, and ensuring, Mr. Speaker, that Parliament does not operate in a way that is being undermined by executive is also another way, Mr. Speaker, to go. But as we look at this, Mr. Speaker, we must also look at the credibility part of the budget and ensure that this budget is credible, it is implementable, and something that the Treasury has not come out clear on this budget policy statement is how it's going to manage the pending bills. But Mr. Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Thank you, Seka. Geoffrey Mwangi from Tetu.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to applaud the chairman of the Budget Committee for such a well thought out budget policy statement. And Mr. Speaker, from the onset, I must admit that this budget is quite pro-poor. It touches on the most important aspects of the lives of our people, the most pressing needs. And so this is very much in line with the Kenya KWANZA government bottom-up economic transformation model. Mr. Speaker, I would just like to point out a few things that caught my attention, and one of them is the need to complete some of our ongoing projects, especially roads. And Mr. Speaker, in my own constituency, Tetu, we have a lot of roads that have stalled, and so there's additional money that has been provided is going to become very useful for that. Mr. Speaker, it's also very important that we deal with the issues of pending bills. It is important to note that pending bills have now become the third most important source of government financing, which ideally they should not, because we should not be waiting for small SMEs. to provide services to government and then wait for many years. So it is important that we set aside money for paying bills. Mr. Speaker, putting more money to farmers in terms of subsidized fertilizer, subsidized seeds and seedlings is a welcome move. Part of the reason why inflation has reduced to 6.3% in the month of February has been because of the good harvest that we have gotten in the last 2 seasons. And now with the rains are setting in early, it is important that we fast track taking subsidized fertilizer to our farmers so that they can be able to be on time for the harvest. Mr. Speaker, the hiring of 20,000 interns, and especially the confirmation of those ones who are already interns, will come as a big relief. Already as members of parliament, we are under a lot of push by these interns, whether they are going to be relieved or whether they are going to be confirmed at the end of their term. So this move to ensure that all of them, 100%, will be absorbed on permanent and pensionable basis will come at an extra relief. The money going to CDF, the extra 30 million, the extra 50 million going to REREC, the extra 10 billion going to KERA, all of them are targeted to each and every constituency are going to give a much needed boost. And Mr. Speaker, just like my colleagues have said, the work done at the constituency level is visible. While we cannot speak about the work done at county or these other places, it is easy to identify a classroom, it is easy to identify a road, it is easy to parade students who are actually going to school, courtesy of the bursary program. But Mr. Speaker, the challenge we have is it's one thing to allocate money. It's another thing to ensure that the money is managed prudently. So the people concerned, especially in the executive, the accounting officers for the various departments that are going to be receiving this money, we urge and implore them to ensure that it is used prudently. For a country, a developing country like Kenya, we cannot afford to waste even a single shilling. Our development is pegged on how well we can utilize our resources efficiently. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, we will for very many years continue to compare ourselves with Singapore, we will continue to compare ourselves with Korea, and the difference between them and us is how well they utilize the resources at their disposal. So I rise to support and congratulate the chairman of the budget, and Mr. Speaker, though belatedly, allow me to welcome Kiriti Secondary School, who are here in the gallery. They are a school for my constituency and one of the very well performing schools. So together with all the other schools that are here, I warmly welcome them to the House of Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you, Geoffrey. Edith Nyenze.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Let me take this opportunity to say I support the budget proposal statement from the chair, and I take this time to congratulate the committee for the hard work they put, and also the departmental committees for the good work they did. And I particularly support especially the employment of the teachers from being in dance. They have really been having problems, and every time trying to find out from their members of parliament how they can become permanent and pensionable. But now with this budget, they will be able to be absorbed. The other thing which I congratulate is especially on the electrification of the whole country, and this one is very important because all through, especially for some of the MPs, we have a challenge where electrification has not been done, and during this time when technology has really improved and where everyone requires electricity, it's very important that we power the whole of the country. So it's welcome. What I would caution is especially on the use of the funds, that they should be used in the right way, they should be put into proper use, and where possible we should also talk on how we are going to pay the pending bills for those ones who have not been paid, and also see how we use the money for the purposes which it's intended to be used for, so that we reduce on taxing the Kenyans more and more every time, but that we use the money in the right way. With that, Mr. Speaker, sir, I support. Thank you.
Thank you, Edith. Jerry Maina.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to support the chairman budget and also congratulate him for very well detailed elaboration on the floor of the August House. Honorable Speaker, I want to urge this House, as we are undertaking the budget making process, and I'm a member of Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, to ensure that we cater and increase the allocation of the judiciary. Honorable Speaker, Article 48 of the Constitution of 2010 stipulates that the state must facilitate equal access and expeditious access to justice in Kenya. Honorable Speaker, it is quite unfortunate that due to funding constraints, as I speak, we keep going back and forth about the backlog in the judiciary. Honorable Speaker, we do not have enough magistrates, we do not have enough support staff, we do not have enough Court of Appeal judges, and the entire justice sector, Honorable Speaker, needs adequate funding so that they can be able to fully implement the spirit of the Constitution of 2010. Honorable Speaker, it's also quite unfortunate to note that county women members of the National Assembly have no increase whatsoever. Yet I have seen that there is an increase for single constituency members. Honorable Speaker, county MPs work with a budget of Kenya shillings 9 million per sub-county or per constituency. In that money there is admin, there is money that is retained by the board for emergency. We are also supposed to undertake programs that cater for women and cater for PWDs, a large section of our youth populace too. Honorable Speaker, honestly speaking, it is very unfortunate, and this House must collectively support county MPs so that they are also able to execute their mandate as per the Constitution of 2010. And it is, I know we have many he for she's, and I know that the male members of this House support county MPs because they have supported us when we were angling for sanitary towels for our girls. I am kindly and humbly requesting them to also support us when it comes to budget allocation so that we can be able to execute our mandate and represent women, PWDs, and also the young people of this nation. Honorable Speaker, as I wind up, I want to note that it is very important to ensure that our fiscal policy mirrors the constraints that we have financially. We must also ensure that the increased allocation to counties is felt in regard to all the devolved functions, healthcare, agriculture, the roads that county governments are supposed to do. And as we focus on entrenching the ward fund, this is a discussion that we must have. And I have said time and time again, Kenyan people do not have an issue with paying taxes. They want to feel and see their taxes working for them. They want healthcare services that are working. They want infrastructure in terms of road and schools. They also want a working justice system, Honorable Speaker, and all other aspects of government that we are supposed to ensure we cater for our people. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Njeri. Andrew Okwome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Let me start by saying that I support the budget. And, well, budget policy statement, I support it as it is. And as I wait for the final budget that will be read in the future. Now, one thing I appreciate in the proposal is the increase on NGCDF. NGCDF has demonstrated itself that it's the fund that is working and the product of it is clearly seen by everybody. So when I go to my constituency and tell them this, they will be happy with me because they know we have increased the fund that gives benefit to them. Now, as I support that, I would have also wanted the county to be given a little more than what they have got because they are also doing a good job. I would also say that the side which probably I'm not quite sure I'll be supporting 100% is that deficit of 703. Because that's where the devil is lying. When we come to getting that deficit, I'm sure you will be going to borrowing as the funding source. And our borrowing level is so high that I know what we'll be doing is to borrow a fund that we will not be able to pay in during our term of service in Bunge. It will spread over many other years coming so that the future generation will be facing a burden that they never knew the source of. In an equal way as we now face very heavy taxation because of debt, and yet we don't know how those old debts came about. The other thing I know is coming is, because our budget is increasing from 3.9 something to 4.188 thereabout. That deficit will also be funded by, that large budget of 4 trillion is 2.9 of it is going to come from taxation. And taxation, as I speak today, before the coming budget is approved, as we speak today, taxation is so high, making the cost of living almost impossible for our people. If we increase the budget by that big margin, it means that we are going to tax more and more, and taxing people more, we know is a real concern, not only by us, but practically by all Kenyans, and I think this kind of thing we should find a way of bringing down. Mr. Speaker, our food security is a concern. We do not think we have increased budget enough to encourage agriculture so that we can be able to do more in agriculture so that our food security can be enhanced in order that we can be a nation that feeds itself. A nation that is hungry is a nation that is sick. Mr. Speaker, with this, I want to say that I support the BPS, but my concern I've actually just stated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kwame Murumba Chikati.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek to support the BPS for the reason that we have a major problem with youth unemployment, and there is need to look at that critically, and therefore the aspect of the interns in terms of creating something for them to be busy, I fully support. Mr. Speaker, the other area that we may need to look at are the schools. For example, in Tongareni constituency, where I come from, with 52 schools and a population of 28,000 students, we have a shortfall of around 50% of the teachers in those schools, meaning that that is a critical area
if we have to improve education in our constituencies, we need to enhance funding for employment of teachers in our schools. Tongaren also faces a lot of problems in electricity infrastructure, and therefore I really applaud the committee for allocating funding for spread of electricity in our constituencies. I also support the fact that we need to look at agriculture, and especially agriculture extension services in our constituencies, which will boost agriculture production in our areas. I beg to support, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mark Mwenje. Give him the mic. Give him the mic. There you are.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. First of all, let me congratulate the team, the Budget Committee for this, for their work, this ambitious BPS. Honorable Speaker, one of the things that I've noted is that for the first time, I think our government has accepted that borrowing is not necessarily a bad thing, as long as the funds are put in the right place and used effectively, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the language that is used in the BPS is encouraging, it is promising, such as that I've seen in agriculture. Honorable Speaker, we've seen the details that have gone into this BPS, where they're talking about coffee, and I believe about 2 billion being put into coffee. There's money going into sugar to help the farmers, fertilizers. But Honorable Speaker, I trust that the Committee of Agriculture will ensure that there is more being done by the funds that will be allocated to them. Honorable Speaker, it's encouraging also the language used in regards to SMEs. But Honorable Speaker, we've only seen them speaking as much so far as the Hustler Fund, Honorable Speaker. I'd want to encourage those in charge. There's a fund called Uwezo Fund, Honorable Speaker, and it makes a difference. Building of markets is a good thing, Honorable Speaker, but I have seen markets in Central, I believe in Olkalau, but even here in Nairobi, Honorable Speaker, where we have markets built, but we don't have traders in there. The issue is because we are not putting money to these SMEs. It is not enough. That is where we need to put our money to ensure that these SMEs are able to put up their businesses. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Chair for his passionate delivery on the issue of relic. But Honorable Speaker, as a member from the Nairobi County, I want to inform him, and I'm hoping the Chair of Budget is listening to me. As Nairobi, we don't get our fair share of relic. And let's be honest, Honorable Speaker, one transformer up country serves 20 people. One transformer in Nairobi will serve 10,000 people. So it is only fair that we get our share because we pay more as Nairobi. So we are not taking money from anybody else. We want our fair share as REREC as it has been delivered, and this year as Nairobi MPs, and there are 17 of us, we will make sure we get our share fair. I know that is touching on the nerve. Most of our money gets taken away from our Speaker, but this time, Nairobi, we must get our fair share, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on the issue of NGCDF, I just want to thank the Chair for his increase. We all know what NGCDF does out there, but also would request the Chair of NGCDF who is seated here, the Honorable Musa Silma, to make sure there's an equitable way of sharing these funds. Some of us have an issue, we have 4 wards, but the population in my constituency, Honorable Speaker, is the 15th largest in the entire country, Honorable Speaker. So we need a system that is fair to distribute these funds that we've been given, Honorable Speaker. The issue of care as well, I'd want to tell the Chair of Budget, in Nairobi our carer roads must be built with tarmac. It means our funds will require, and in Nairobi we contribute the highest. The GDP in Nairobi is 60%. So it's only fair that we get something additional, because our money goes towards building tarmac roads, which you use yourselves, members of parliament, when you come to Nairobi. As a final, Honorable Speaker, the BPS is ambitious. We need some innovative ways of making sure the revenue collection that is collected does not hurt Kenyans. So it is possible. We don't have to increase taxes. There is a way we can fund this BPS and ensure it is achieved. But on the downside, in the event that we are unable to fund this BPS, please do not take away money in the supplementary budget from Parliament. Don't take it away from the development. Please take it away from the executive or somewhere else. Let us make sure Parliament does not lose its money as we saw in the supplementary bill earlier sometime last year. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Rindikiri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to support the BPS statement as issued by our chairman. Mr. Speaker, for the first time, I have seen a budget that is programmed in such a way that it matches the manifesto of the ruling government. The Kenya KWANZA government, Mr. Speaker, with a better program, went to the people and told the people that they will come up with a budget that is very responsible to the citizens. Mr. Speaker, I note with a lot of appreciation the concern the budget has taken on the housing sector. Mr. Speaker, as we said, housing is one of the key pillars of the Kenya KWANZA government. Mr. Speaker, housing will come with employment. It will come with good shelter. It will come with training and technology development. Mr. Speaker, the 64 billion shilling that has been put by the budget through the BPS statement as A&A will go about to enhance that program. Mr. Speaker, I noticed that health is one of the areas that the BPS statement has put emphasis on. Mr. Speaker, the Universal Health Care Program, which is a better plan for the Kenya KWANZA government. For the first time, we have seen a budget that is tailor-made to benefit the health care standards of this country. Mr. Speaker, we have the food security and we have manufacturing. Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate the chairman for finding it very necessary. For the first time, he aligns what the government believes in, he aligns what the Kenyans expect, he aligns what we members of parliament have been saying throughout. Mr. Speaker, every constituency is going to benefit this time around. Mr. Speaker, in the past, we have been seeing a lot of discrimination against certain constituencies. Mr. Speaker, in as much as we are also saying that each constituency will benefit, let's be careful, noting that there are some constituencies which are not 100% connected. I will differ with my friend Nairobi that many constituencies in the rural areas don't serve 20 people. That's an insult to the rural constituencies. Mr. Speaker, even if it's 20 people, let them be given electricity like any other Kenyan. Mr. Speaker, the increment in the budget on electricity is going to bring even, we are not talking about equal, we are talking about equality and equity. That's what we are speaking about here, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the first time we have seen development money being put in the budget and a reduction in the recurrent expenditure. And I want to thank the chairman for finding it necessary that we curtail water usage of money through recurrent expenditures and siphoning that money into the development expenditure. Mr. Speaker, I really would like to appreciate that. I wish the chairman is listening to this. There is one concept which has not been given a lot of emphasis, and that is ICT technology. Mr. Speaker, the ICT technology will cut across all sectors of this country. It will cut across health sector, it will cut agriculture, it will cut education, it will cut employment, all sectors of this economy. Mr. Speaker, the budget should be geared to improvement of technology, and I ask when it comes to the actual budget making, we put more money in the ICT technology so that we can benefit as a country. Mr. Speaker, this country has now grown to know where to get the money from and how to spend it. Mr. Speaker, I congratulate the committee and say this is the direction to go. The Kenya KWANZA government is focused. Despite all the criticisms, the Kenyan government is going to deliver to the Kenyan society. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Irene Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to support the BPS document that has been presented to us by the chair of the Budget Committee. And Honorable Speaker, I'd really like to applaud the chair, especially taking into consideration the rural electrification for the 290 constituencies. But I also have a couple of reservations, Honorable Speaker, that I think the committee needs to take cognizance of. Honorable Speaker, to start with, and the Honorable member who just spoke before me alluded to this, that the ICT departmental states have not been properly funded. Honorable Speaker, the digital superhighway is as important as the roads infrastructure in this country. And if you are not putting enough funding into that particular space, then we are not taking into consideration the fact that as a country, we are currently in the 4th industrial revolution. Other countries are in the 5th industrial revolution. And if we don't take cognizance and ensure that we are at the same pace with other countries, then, Honorable Speaker, we will suffer. Honorable Speaker, when you look at the social protection space and the fact that the fight on GBV in this country is highly funded by donor funds. Honorable Speaker, this should be something that we worry about as a country, because if we are not protecting our women, our children adequately in terms of putting enough funding into that space and only depending on donors, then, Honorable Speaker, we don't have our priorities in the right space. Honorable Speaker, when it comes to the gender department, and in particular the fact that there is still very poor coordination between the distribution of pads from the gender department to the 47 counties, Honorable Speaker, this is an area of a lot of concern. Honorable Speaker, the other one is in the space of labor, and when we notice that currently we don't have enough funding to the public service internship program. Honorable Speaker, we are a country that is blessed to have 78% of our population being youthful in nature. And if you are not putting enough money to ensure that our young people are properly prepared for the job market, then we are not doing any service to the population of this country. Honorable Speaker, in the sports department, we are about to host the CHAN in 2024. We are about to host the AFCON in 2027. The other day, I saw the President doing groundbreaking for a stadium that is meant to host the 2027. But I take particular concern when I note that the committee has indicated to us that they are yet to receive any comprehensive resource requirement from this particular state department. Because, Honorable Speaker, then what are we putting in terms of priority? Honorable Speaker, the other matter that really concerns me is that as at the 23rd of February, we have had 800,000 Kenyans who applied for passports, who paid fees of up to 2 billion, and yet we are told that the reason why they've not been able to receive their passports is because there's lack of booklets. Honorable Speaker, I'm wondering, this particular state department, if they are raising so much revenue from people applying for passports, why does it have to be a delay for them to receive the same passports, especially if they're raising so much money? Honorable Speaker, that does not make sense at all. Honorable Speaker, I also just want to raise a concern on the timelines that have been indicated in terms of each state department and the timelines they've been given of when they should be able to balance out the requirements that they've given, which is by June of this month. Honorable Speaker, I'll be very concerned at that particular time to see if this has actually happened. Honorable Speaker, as I finish, I also just want to raise another concern that I feel like all our state departments are acting like cost centers. We are not getting a sense of how state departments are being innovative in terms of raising on-source revenue as a country. If you are being so dependent on depending on the budget allocations that are being given, our state departments are increasingly becoming cost centers then what are we doing as a country? What are the sources of on-source revenue that we want to look at? And finally, as I finish, I just want to also applaud the fact that an additional budget has been put for our drivers and our bodyguards, Honorable Speaker, because this usually comes back as an expense to us. And Honorable Speaker, just to tell the Chair, as a future women rep, tafadhali in future, please ensure that you're not speaking about...
Your time is up, Murugara.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to rise and support the budget policy statement, which has been ably presented by the chairperson of the Budget and Appropriations Committee. Thank him profusely and his committee for work very well done. With such a policy, which is going to form the backbone of the budget estimates, which will be coming to this House during the month of April, to be considered the months of May and June, then definitely we are likely to spur growth of our country, both economically, socially, and other aspects. It is very important to note the highlights he has made to us, and we are excited about it. That we are very pleased from our constituents, the teacher trainees all over the country, crying that they've been trainees for too long. We are happy to hear that after we pass budget of 2024-2025, these trainees will now be absorbed as permanent and pensionable teachers in our country. And for that, we actually give accolades to the chairperson and his committee. We've also heard about the CDF increment. CDF is actually the visible development we see in the rural areas. So it's vitally important that we channel money through CDF, because it's also best used. It's utilized very well with audits running almost 12 months in a year, so that that money is applied the way it has been budgeted for. Thank you for the increase, and we promise that the committee is down there, because MPs have no role to play in CDF. The committees will take care of the money. We will get development as we deserve. We've also had on RELEC, and this is very important. Electricity is required everywhere in the country. It's not just the urban areas. And the proposal to take about the 15 billion and have it shared equally may actually not be equitable. Because as we speak today, there are constituencies that are lagging behind in grid connectivity, to an extent that my own constituency, Tharaka, is not more than 25%. From 2017, when it was 9.5, to now it's about 25. We are not doing well. If that is compared with possibly the Kiambu constituencies, which are now almost at 100% across, then this is not fair, it is not just. We will be making representations to the House that when it comes to the money going to RELEC, the distribution of that money must be equitable. Not equally, but equitable. So that those who are behind get more than those who are up there, who are actually enjoying almost 100% connectivity. Electricity is what we need to grow the rural constituencies. Because without it, then we cannot speak of any rural development. Whatever strategy we use, whatever we try to call it, we cannot develop without electricity. More so for rural constituencies, we must be talking about water, we must be talking about roads. And when this time comes, we shall be looking. I will particularly be quite keen to see what Tharaka is getting from this budget to uplift its electricity level, road level, whatever other water level, whatever other level of development we require. Even also as we speak, this House has made several motions, it has debates in acts that we need a group of people in national government administration known as area managers. These people should not be considered in this budget because every time we pass a motion, every time we pass a law, we are told there are no funds available to remunerate our area managers. I will be calling upon the chairperson of the Budget and Appropriations. During the budget estimates, we must have a line for the area managers of the country and much more. Those, Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to support.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to support and to thank the chairman, knowing very well pursuant to Section 25, we always have to receive of the PFM Act, we always have to receive the PBS. And it also sets our strategic priorities, Mr. Speaker. And when I look at it, I realize the government has set 5 core pillars in agriculture and inclusive of growth, small and micro medium enterprise, digital superhighway, creative industry, housing, and healthcare. Mr. Speaker, having said that, is that when I look at now how the votes have been put through, and you realize that, yes, we also had the Hustler Fund, we also know it benefited, or it's benefiting 21, but it's important for them now, for government to do an assessment so that we understand whether indeed it is now impacting lives, especially to people in informal sectors. Mr. Speaker, when we talk of now the issue of pending bills, which I would have wished, because everything else, Mr. Speaker, Chairman has did what he can based on what the executive has brought in. But then when we are trying to implement policies that can mitigate the negatives that we have, then one of the negatives that we must be talking about is how do we deal with pending bills that right now many of our contractors, many of our suppliers are even wondering. So even as much as we want to move forward, we shall always have that animal biting us. And it is within this house that we must come up with a solution that will help the executive to understand, Mr. Speaker, that it is time to pay Kenyans who supplied to us government, who went and took loans, and right now some of them are just collapsing because their properties are being taken and many other things. And yet when we give the monies to county governments, they are not paying, they won't pay. And so we must come up with a framework, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I look at the votes, and I realize we have taken now health, as I said, then it is important for us to ensure we increase what is needed for health instead of decreasing. We also have said we would want to see education. We have indeed enhanced, yes, but you realize defense is taking more than even education. So it is something we have to look at. But the most important thing, these are the votes. We want to now see the appropriation. As I thank my chair for ensuring the constituency has been enhanced, but then at the same time, we have to be very wary so that we are not also blamed by Kenyans as they look at this budget and think it's a budget of the National Assembly members. We have to ensure it is going, and we must create an awareness that it is going to enhance, not because of members of National Assembly, but of course of Kenyans and the citizens. Mr. Speaker, there is one thing I want us to all of us agree, that as much as we are doing this, remember, we also need to also go back and ask ourselves, yes, I know we will come, we will discuss, but is it important for us to rethink? Can we remove taxes and increase VAT for us to see Kenyans have a breather? Because it is us. We were given this opportunity by Kenyans to deal with budgets, to deal with financials, and it is us to come up with a solution. Because right now, as much as we are doing all this, let us remember the excise duties that we have put in, even in our own offices. Right now, you find staff are crying because what they are supposed to pay for NHIF, what they are supposed to pay for even the funds that we have increased, KRA has increased, it is something we have to look at. And so, Mr. Speaker, as I support, I am saying it is important we look to all the excise duties we imposed on Kenyans so that we clean and so that when we go out there, we are not again hit again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hear the Honorable Kangogo asking I have how many minutes. I think I have only 5 minutes.
5 like everybody else.
So you would rather allow me to save my time. Let me first thank the Chair of the Budget Committee, all our chairs of departmental committees, and indeed all the members of our departmental committees and the members of the Budget and Appropriations Committee for the amount of time that they put in consideration of this BPS. Honorable Speaker, as we all know, this BPS, once approved by the House, will now form the basis upon which the National Treasury of the government will prepare the annual estimates that are to come to the House by the end of April this year, immediately after the diarised short recess. Honorable Speaker, this being the basis of our budget estimates, Honorable Speaker, allow me to take this opportunity to urge the National Treasury to ensure that they adhere to the recommendations of the Budget and Appropriations Committee and of this House. Because in the past, Honorable Speaker, it has become customary for the National Treasury to ignore what the House has approved in terms of the budget policy statement. And therefore, I want to urge them that this year must be different, and they must check that they adhere to what the House has recommended in terms of the policy, broad policy, macroeconomic policies, and also the financial recommendations, Honorable Speaker. But, Honorable Speaker, we may allow the National Treasury to deviate slightly on the financial recommendations. And I've had members speak to some of the financial recommendations, many of which I agree with, especially the increment of CDF from 53 to almost 63 billion, about 9-point-something billion shillings increment to NGCDF, because this is money that will go directly to development projects in our constituents and for the benefit of our people. But, Honorable Speaker, one of the other issues I've had many people contribute to is the question of REREC, or electrification in our areas. Honorable Speaker, I had occasion to visit Narok North constituency only 2 Sundays ago. And when I compare the reach of electricity in Narok North to that of Dagoretti South constituency, where my friend, the Honorable KJ, who seconded this motion, comes from, or even my own constituency in Kikuyu, we must be fair to each other in the allocation of national resources. The reach of electricity in Narok North cannot be compared to that in Kikuyu, or indeed in Dagoretti or Kamukunji constituency. We therefore must not just pass this resolution that this money be shared equitably and equally among us the 290 constituencies. It should and it must be shared based on the need of each constituency. If I only need another 2 transformers to reach 90 or 100% of my constituents, I was in Huisere the other day, Honorable Speaker, where the President was commissioning the opening of Huisero TVET. And that TVET got their first transformer the day before the President appeared there. Therefore, my TVET in Kikuyu had a transformer 10 years ago. Therefore, I should be fair enough, and in budget making we must be fair and ensure that development is shared out equitably across the country. And that does not mean that we must all get an equal amount. Money that I may not need in my constituency for a certain endeavor, I probably will need more money in water to reach the people in the year, but less for electricity, and allow the people of Kuisero or those of Narok North, or Amengwen for that matter, the member for Amengwen says. So, Honorable Speaker, with that, I would beg that when we come to the actual budget estimates, that the Chair, Budget and Appropriations will ensure together with this committee that this money is shared in a way that it creates equity across the country, so that those who have no access to electricity first get access to electricity before we decide to share this money equitably, Honorable Speaker. Last year, Honorable Speaker, is to urge all of us that very soon we also receive the finance bill provisions for the 24-25 year. The budget estimates in terms of expenditure projections that are contained in this budget policy statement that will feed into the budget estimates for expenditure must be financed. And the committee has noted that this will be financed.
Your time is up. Give him 1 minute to finish.
Honorable Speaker was saying the money that will be raised will come from our own revenues raised locally from taxes, and I say that because we are fond of passing things without looking at the other end of the stick. What will feed the budget estimates in terms of expenditure? It is the revenues we raise. It is loans. We are talking about the debt management yesterday in the report that we passed yesterday. We have limited our deficit to 3.9% of our GDP. For us to be able to achieve that, we must ensure that the way we support this budget policy statement, in the same vigor and same determination, we support the finance estimate, the financing of this budget that will come. Otherwise, we'll be happy that we are getting 12 billion shillings for electrification, but we are not asking ourselves, how will it be financed? It will be financed by people contributing money. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, the slum upgrading 1 billion shillings, I disagree with this particular provision by the Budget and Appropriations Committee. We now have the housing levy fund once the Senate finalizes with the law. And that money, we also indicated that among the agencies to implement housing projects is a slum upgrading agency that then should be able to get money from the housing fund levy, not from budgetary allocations, Honorable Speaker. And I would urge that probably when you get to the annual estimates, we should be able to rectify some of these small things. With that, Honorable Speaker, I support.
Nabi, I'll come to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the budget policy statement as given by the Chairman Budget Committee. Mr. Speaker, I must point out that the budget policy statement is very progressive. It has ventured into areas that will uplift the standards of living for our people. It has ventured into areas that will ensure equity in development. It has ventured, Mr. Speaker, I think the majority leader is out of order to convene another sitting.
Order, majority leader and your team. Let's hear the member contributing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was saying that the budget policy statement has ventured into areas of ensuring equity in development, equity in resource allocation, and Mr. Speaker, what is interesting for me in this budget policy statement is the increase in money for national security intelligence. Mr. Speaker, I'm not convinced why we would be having a shortfall in capitation for primary education and free secondary education, and we are providing an extra 12 billion for national security intelligence. That money should have been allocated to capitation education. Mr. Speaker, there's a major gap unaddressed by the budget policy statement, whereas we have provided enough money for capitation, for higher education university, and loans for university and TVET, we have not provided any money for quality assurance in TVET. We are starting so many TVETs in every constituency, over 200 TVETs. But, Mr. Speaker, there is no provision for quality assurance in what is happening in those TVETs. We could be spending money that we will not get value for. So I want to request the Chairman Budget, as we move forward, they must consider providing money for quality assurance in TVET. Whereas we have applied the PBS for equity, there is one more area that they need to consider.
that is the roads maintenance levy, money for carer. Mr. Speaker, in the past, money for carer has been skewed, especially the one for special roads. I would have wished to see the budget policy statement come up with a proposal, the way they have given us for REREC, that will ensure equity in the distribution of money for special roads. Mr. Speaker, the water sector, I'm proposing to the committee that just the way they have gone the REREC way, we need to implement a last mile in the water sector. We must come up with a fund, and have calculated if we had provided 14 billion, each constituency would get about 50 million shillings for last mile for water. That will reduce the cost of health care, which we know in this country, most of it goes into creative care because of people not having habitable water in their families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to support.
Karaure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I rise to support the report on the budget policy statement, let me commend the chairman. They've done an amazing job. They've taken their time to ensure that they stick to the timelines. And I must admit, the budget making process, for even today in this house, I think we are a happy lot. The extra CDF allocation is very welcome. What I beg moving forward, because I want to support some of my members of parliament who reside in Nairobi, based on our workload in terms of the population we must deal with. We must ensure that we increase this CDF allocation so it can reach to everyone in our constituencies. There's the issue of REREC as well, which has been mentioned, and also the roads that we have in Nairobi, and more especially so in my constituency. And I wish the chairman of the budget committee would visit Kasarani. For Nairobi to remain a city, there's a difference between the city and the rural areas. That is the reason why we walk outside Parliament today. We expect a tarmac road. In terms of ensuring that Nairobi remains a city, and we are proud that Nairobi is one of the best cities in Africa, let's ensure the roads in Nairobi are well taken care of. So in terms of the budget making process, please let's allocate the remaining areas of Nairobi that still don't have tarmac roads, so that we can ensure we have tarmac all over the great city of Nairobi. Again, the focus of the budget in terms of production, in terms of the agriculture sectors, housing and healthcare is very, very welcome, because that is what will propel us to where we want to go as a nation. As I also support, I would like to propose we also talk about the equalization fund in a different manner. Remember, we have a lot of slums in Nairobi. Sometimes in these slums, the quality of life is worse than people living in the rural areas. We need to see how we are going to be able to allocate more funds so that we can uplift the lives of the people living in the slums. Now, this budget policy, and I like what the majority leader has mentioned, it comes with a context, because we have a bet, and I'm happy to see that the budget deficit will be approximately 703 billion, which means a reduction, which is very, very commendable. And with the medium-term debt management strategy, a lot of policies were mentioned there that, if followed, we will definitely move to the next level. But then again, this budget policy statement comes with another context, and that is the revenue-raising measures that are yet to come. Personally, I feel like working backwards, because we're all happy that we have money allocated to all these projects. We will be very happy to go back to our constituencies and tell them that we will have money for roads, money for electricity, money for development. But the painful day will come here again in this house when we start discussing where this money is going to come from. And where I will move in a different direction from my majority leader, is to go back to what has been the practice, because we have a revenue collector who is called KRA. He has always had shortfalls in terms of revenue collection. Whatever estimates they are given, they always have a shortfall. That painful finance bill we passed last year, they still have a shortfall of close to 200 billion. If we keep having these shortfalls, everything gets shifted, because in terms of funding this budget, we are going to have a problem. I beg the chair of the budget committee, in the next budget making process, we factor in the fact that there is an amount, a percentage of money that KRA will not be able to raise, so that we can be a bit more conservative in terms of our budget making. With those few words, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Chairman, Education Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the budget policy statement as put forward by the Chair Budget and the Budget Committee. Honorable Speaker, I want to laud this particular report because it has actually tried to look into the issues that are going to underpin the estimates, and at the same time, it gives out very clear programs and policies that the finance or the estimates will be based on. Honorable Speaker, a number of issues are very clear on this, especially on free education. Free base secondary school, a free primary education. These two policies are very important and dear to this government, and more specifically to Kenyans. However, we have a lot of shortage, especially in JSS or the junior secondary school. We also have shortage in university funding, especially on the new funding formula. We also have a number of shortages even in 3-day secondary education. The total shortage in that particular area, and which I want to thank the chair because they went ahead and added an additional 10 billion shillings, is amounting to almost 50 billion shillings. That in itself is a testament that the committee and the chair has seized of the matter. As a policy and a program, I want to ask the committee to make sure that as much the government is pumping in a lot of money into education, we need to put a lot of money in there to monitor and to evaluate, to make sure that the monies that we give in infrastructure, in capitation, both in TVET, all the way to universities, are well monitored so that we have value for this particular resource. Honorable Speaker, in other areas that the committee has done very well is especially on electricity. And I want to say the majority leader has shown us the way. That this budget is for the equity of Kenyans. This budget is to ensure that the rural areas and other parts of this country have electricity or connected to power. And in fact, this is what the manifesto of the Kenya KWANZA put forward very clearly, that the government is for all and for every other Kenyan. The fact that they are putting in 50 million per constituency is a very, very important thing, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say that even in water, and I want the chair of budget to listen to this and the House, as we try to give money in CDF to every constituency, electricity to every constituency, let's also budget the money for water for every constituency, so that now the resources will reach every home and every place in this particular part of the world. We also have another very important issue on ICT and technology. Madam Speaker, ICT is the in thing as we speak today. A lot of money is earned by the youth by use of technology. There need to be a lot of emphasis of technology in all aspects of the economy. We need to emphasize technology in agriculture, technology in trade, technology in energy, technology in education, technology in security, and technology in every aspect of our society. This means that we need to invest a lot in technology, and more specifically in ICT, so that even the digital jobs we are talking about today can actually be realized by the youth of this country. So this budget policy statement Madam Speaker, is actually very important. And I want to ask the Budget Committee and more so the Budget Chair to ensure that state departments come out with very clear programs, very clear policies on budgets. They make sure that they have what we call performance indicators. They do not come with estimates, because the estimates will be based on the budget policy statement. Every other time when I appear before budget committee, or when the state departments come before budgets, they come before committees, they always emphasize on the monetary aspect. But Madam Speaker, we need to emphasize on the policy, on the programs, on the KPIs of the very many state departments. With that, I rise and I support, and that was a very good budget policy statement. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Taita Taveta, Honorable Aika Mzigi. Are you there? She's not there. Okay, the Honorable Member for Kipiripiri, Honorable Wanjiko Muhia.
Niko hapa, Speaker. Niko hapa, Speaker.
I think you have, sorry? Are you ready to, oh, okay, Honorable.
Ndio ulikuwa umenipa fursa ya
you may proceed, and then after will be you.
Asante sana, Speaker, kwa kunipatia hii fursa. Na mwanzo kabisa nataka kutangulia kuunga mkono ripoti hii na kuipongeza sana kamati ya bajeti kwa kuweza kufanya kazi nzuri sana, Speaker, kwa kuweza kuketia ripoti hii na kuweza kuiangalia kwa ufasaha. Speaker, kuna mengi ya kusifu katika hii ripoti, lakini kwa sababu mengi yameshasemwa, nataka kuzungumzia tu fedha ambazo ni upande wa uwakilishi wa kina mama, kwa sababu katika ripoti hii tumeona ile NGCDF kwamba pesa zake zinaongezeka, lakini kwa upande wa fedha za uwakilishi wa kina mama, fedha hizo bado ziko pale pale na fedha hizo bado ni kidogo mno. Kwa hivyo hata kama tunaunga mkono ripoti hii, tunaomba ya kwamba wakati wanapoketi na kuangalia mpango mzima wa kupanga hizi pesa, wawakilishi wa kina mama pia ni wabunge wako hapa, na wao pia hiyo hela inahitaji kuongezwa, kwa sababu sisi tunashughulikia pia makundi mengi ambayo ni hitaji. Mwakilishi wa kina mama anashughulikia wazee, anashughulikia vijana, anashughulikia watu wa mahitaji mbalimbali. Kwa hivyo tunaomba sana fedha ambayo mwakilishi wa kina mama anapata kwa eneo bunge moja ni shilingi milioni 9 peke yake, na ukijaribu kukompea ama kufananisha na wale wenzetu, basi inakuwa kama kichekesho, Speaker. Na kwa hivyo tukiunga mkono ripoti hii ya mpango mzima wameikalia, ile tu ambayo ina dosari ni pale kwa fedha ambazo ni za wawakilishi wa kina mama. Tunaomba pia upande huo iweze kuangaliwa, na kama fedha hizo ziweze kuongezwa, ili na sisi pia tuweze kufanya kazi yetu kwa ufasaha. Asante, Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Busia County, Honorable oh, sorry, you go first. Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I'm excited like very many other members. And first I want to thank His Excellency, the President, for having a very good conversation. A world conversation with the Chairman Budget on Abodidi on several matters, but in particular on electricity connectivity. Honorable Speaker, we all know the devil is very effective in darkness, and connecting our constituencies is putting them to light and connecting them to the world in matters of development and others. Honorable Speaker, the issues raised are squarely what our constituencies would be excited about, because 3 things, education, roads, and electricity,
a real development. And if Kenyans got these services and later they were asked for taxes, I'm sure they would not complain. So we call upon the statesmanship of this country to see that the taxes contributed are channeled in the right way, reducing corruption, so that the two issues can rhyme and marry each other by giving the services, particularly on education, roads, and electricity, and thereafter the Kenyans will contribute taxes very well. Honorable Speaker, I cannot miss to have pointed out the Immigration Department, because as the chair of regional integration, we are the custodian of free movement of people. Of late, we know our people have not been moving because of challenges of passport. I note that they have been given close to 7 billion. I want to urge the PS and the Department of Immigration to do whatever it takes, be it adding another machine, be it adding night shift, so that our Kenyans can move to different destinations without suffering on matters of passport. Honorable Speaker, again as a chair of regional integration, I would not miss to speak on my very own ministry, the Ministry of EAC. It has been allocated 643 million. If my memory serves me right, previously it was allocated around 800 million. So it has actually gone down. This ministry, Honorable Speaker, I'm assuming or hoping the Minister of Treasury is watching this debate. The Minister of EAC itself is watching, and I'm sure the chair is listening, and I want to call this house to this conversation. A whole ministry sits at the defense and foreign relations. How now? They have their own budget, so the Ministry of EAC is like a subsidiary. If the Ministry of Foreign Relations and Defense has so many departments, NIS, so they take what matters to them as a priority, while the EAC agenda is not given a priority. Honorable Speaker, for East African community to be like EU, we must make a deliberate move on matters of integration, and we cannot make without investing on matters of integration. I therefore call the Treasury, whoever matters in this country, to rethink and see avenues how we can make this ministry independent with their budget, and could it remain still in foreign and defense ministry, it should be given the money that it deserves. Finally, Honorable Speaker, I come from a county which is agricultural. I'm excited that farm equipment, fertilizer, and other avenues of agriculture have been considered well. But on matters of road, everyone in Kenya knows that Nyandarua County feed, particularly Nairobi County and environs, that we suffer how to bring food, produce to these cities because of poor roads. The Ministry of Transport have been allocated around 320 billion. In my view, again, this is so little money. I want to call the Minister, Honorable Mutembei, to consider and prioritize the roads that have not been finished. Particularly in Kipipiri, we have one road which can feed almost half of Nairobi, Geta Benyejere, which has been stalled for many years. The contractor comes 1 week, we go to Inoro and take photos and congratulate him, then following morning and wake up, the contractor has left. We have Gilgil Machinery Road, another road, which are the only two roads connecting Nyandarua County, which are tarmac. So I want to urge the minister to consider prioritizing, particularly the unfinished road, and with all this, again, I urge the Minister of Education to consider TVET, particularly by equipping the workshops. The CDF may build the workshops, but equipping is still a challenge, and our students are only doing practicals during.
The Honourable Member for Busia County, Honourable Catherine Omayo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I applaud the Budget Committee, more so the Chair, for coming up with prioritized budget this time. One side of the spectrum on that budget is really commendable, but there are other nitty-gritties that I've noticed that need to come to our attention. There are things in this world you can never postpone. When he mentioned about the gender issues, where the Ministry of Education did not collaborate in good time with the gender department. And I asked myself if menstruation can be postponed. Sometimes when we come up with budgets, we should have the presence of mind when we handle some things. As a women rep, Busia County, I have so many needy young girls who miss school at least every month, 3 to 4 days, because of the shaming that happens, especially because during that time, it is somehow uncomfortable. Menstruation should not be an embarrassment. It should be one of the stages in life where any woman should celebrate. So we have so many other good allocations that I've listened to and I smiled, like the money that is allocated to handle emergencies. I just hope this time that all the dimes, all the shilling, every shilling will go to real actual emergency. For example, last year, towards the end of last year, my people in a village called Kakurikit experienced El Nino. They lost their homes, they lost their animals, they were unsettled. Most of them, as I speak now, nothing from national level has reached them, because this allocation that goes to emergency takes a lot of time, or sometimes it goes to maybe a person who is known well to that department. But I think all Kenyans deserve to be reached when such situations happen. We have this allocation that keeps going to dirt roads or maram roads. In the long run, if we were to tarmac all roads in Kenya, we will save a lot than digging these roads in the villages. These roads, even in Nairobi, we keep digging them and covering with soil so that when rains come again, we uncover and cover. Can't we also just think, because Kenya has reached a level where we are no longer kids? The countries that are growing in East and Central Africa are looking upon us. So I think we should not be digging this, I call them dirt road, because hizo njia zina uchafu. We should tarmac roads, even if we start with few, but as we keep tarmacking, Kenya will reach a place where we are now among the developed nations. We also have these teachers who are suffering, especially in Budalani, in Busia County. They have been getting hardship allowance, but somehow it has been stopped. Anybody being thrown to Marsabit or Marakwet in Budalani faces challenges beyond measure. So if this hardship allowance has been stopped, it makes such people to suffer double, because how can a teacher like that even invest in a child, giving their best to teach and prepare this young leader, and they are stressed themselves. So this budget is good, but on the other side of the spectrum, we need to implement, use that money properly. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good girl. Sugar bill. I forgot sugar bill. Sugar. I still have 1 minute. People who come from Western, that money that the budget committee has allocated to sugar industry is not enough. Next time, kindly double it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Sirma, Member of Chairperson, CDF.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First and foremost, I'd like to congratulate the chairman of the Budget and Appropriation Committee with its members for the good statement on the budget policy statement which he has made today on the floor of the House. Madam Speaker, the amount of money given to us or to the constituencies for the financing of the rural projects through the Constituency Development Fund, Madam Speaker, is a good blessings to Kenyans. This is the only money which is seen in the rural areas. When you compare the amount of billions given to the county governments, you do not see any projects on the ground. And therefore, I want to urge the Constituencies Committee, when they receive this money, make good use and make sure that it is properly utilized. Madam Speaker, the money which we are going to allocate in education, and especially confirmation of teachers on JSS and others, I would like to say it is a welcome move. But I want to say, Madam Speaker, that some of us in our constituencies do not have what we call free education. We still fund payment of teachers. In my constituency, there is a school which has 3 teachers by TSC with a population of 500 children, and the parents pay for 10 teachers. So why are we talking about free education when we have not gotten any teacher? TSC is very unfair and a body which is unjust to some other constituencies, especially my constituency. Madam Speaker, the issue of rural electrification, I want to echo what Honorable Murugara has said and what the majority leader has said. We cannot talk about equal distribution of that money if we do not talk about equity. Equitable distribution is going to give those who have 30%, like my constituency, and those who have 90% to have different amounts of money. So we want that to happen so that we can be able to be equitable. Baringo County was left out in the distribution of donor funds for electrification in this country. Why, I do not know. And yet we are the first county in the alphabetical order. How can it miss? Madam Speaker, on roads, in my constituency, the last good road which was built by Kenyatta. And up to now, we do not have another tarmac road. All the others was convenience road for some people or leaders at that time. The only purpose road to serve us was built by Kenyatta, who died many years ago, and even our children do not see. Madam Speaker, also, I want, when the budget committee will be talking to the Inspector General of Police, we want them to give us a line of budget in that to deal with banditry. We must have a line or a vote for dealing with bandits in our constituencies, because banditry has become a destroyer of lives and a destroyer of our future children who have been put into that. So the Interior Ministry should really have that in mind so that we have a budget line to deal with bandits. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Bensouda.
Budget line for bandits. Moja aliweka ya kwenda nyumba yake. Aliweka ya kwenda nyumba yake.
Yeah, there she has the mic. Honorable members, there is sufficient time, and since everyone is speaking for 5 minutes, nearly everyone will get an opportunity, so let's not worry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to make my contribution towards the budget policy statement. First and foremost, I'd like to appreciate the work that has been done by the team members on the budget policy statement. However, I have areas to make recommendations or proposals. Madam Speaker, it is very important that even though they have tirelessly worked hard to come up with a roadmap on what would inform our budget for the next financial year, I would like them to come clearly on where are we going to generate these funds. That is quite critical, Madam Speaker, because tabulating on theory and practical implementation are two different things. Madam Speaker, we know very well the tax burden that the Kenyans are having at the moment. The budget policy statement looks quite lucrative, and if sufficient funding and resources are availed, I think Kenyans will be smiling for having a budget that will solve most of our problems. Madam Speaker, I therefore propose that other than providing for this House sufficient information on how we are going to raise the finances towards meeting what our projections are, we also need to be provided for, Madam Speaker, what kind of grants that we also need to, we are projecting to have. Because as a country, Madam Speaker, there are grants which we receive, either from donor funding or from whichever source. This must come clear, Madam Speaker, so that when we are talking to Kenyans on issues of increased revenue, then it doesn't seem or appear to be a tax burden on them. Madam Speaker, besides that recommendation, I would want to speak first on my point as a woman representative or county MP for Mutembei. When issues are being stipulated in the budget policy statement, they are very clear, they are very precise, and they are factual. I would want to propose strongly, Madam Speaker, that the same way or in the manner in which MDCDF was quite clear, that is how we expect as county MPs that GAF must be quite clear. Madam Speaker, GAF is very simple. It is the National Government Affirmative Action Fund. There is a lot of vulnerability in all sectors. Madam Speaker, I want to specifically talk as a teacher and greet with the PWDs. In Mutembei County, Madam Speaker, we have the PWD schools. We have Nyaburi, for example, in Karachuonyo. We have Nyangweso in Mutembei Town. We have Lando in Suba North. Madam Speaker, and many others that I may not be able to mention. When we look at the PWDs in those institutions, we realize that they need to be fully represented in terms of the schools' infrastructure facilities, in terms of food and security for these schools. At times, some of them, when you visit them, you realize, Madam Speaker, that the children are suffering themselves, they're in a vulnerable state. Madam Speaker, therefore say that when we are talking about the GAF funding, we are representing vulnerable communities. And so I would strongly urge that when we are making proposals in budget policy statement, I consulted with the chair for this, and he has advised, Madam Speaker, we do not want to be a story, we do not want to be an engagement with the president, we want actual facts on paper in this budget policy statement. Madam Speaker, my second contribution is on health. I want to say that even what has been allocated for health is inadequate. Though progress is there, we are seeing most of the occasions our nurses on the streets, we are seeing our health facilities, our infrastructure and the institutions, they are inadequate. Madam Speaker, I would want to be encouraged that this statement should provide us with actual status of our health institutions, health infrastructure, also in terms of our human resource in health, so that we do not have ourselves put in problems, our governors put in problems, whereby we are expected to deliver services and these services are not clearly stipulated and projections are not clearly given. So health is a critical issue.
Let her finish her sentence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Speaker, for 1 minute that you've given me, I want to advocate on behalf of teachers. What has been given for education is even little. There are teachers in this country who retired. National Treasury is misbehaving, and this one I want you to go on record. They must not put teachers walking into Treasury all the time for years. Some of them are dying without getting their benefits. At the same time, we need statistics of those who are contracted under JSS. It should not just be a flat rate general figure that we contracted 20,000, again 20,000. We want actual figures. We want timelines for recruiting them so that our children get quality education. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Karoli Omondi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have to cede that 1 minute to my dear sister, otherwise the consequences may be grave when we go back to Homa Bay County. But I will try and summarize my points because of the the heavy interest people have in this particular agenda item. I rise to support the budget policy statement, but I have some some observations I would like to make that probably would enrich the future budget policy statements from Treasury and also the work of the Budget Committee. I've looked at the report, and in particular paragraph 8, page 8, where we are talking about the stability of the macroeconomic situation. When you look at this report, it is so heavy on allocation of resources and of course tax revenue raising measures. But that is not the totality of how you run an economy. I think a budget policy statement should clearly provide specific interventions or measures that will deal with the challenges that the economy is facing, which I find to be very short, both from the document from Treasury as well as this report. In particular, Madam Speaker, I would have wanted to see more macroeconomic targets, interventions, and timeframes for their implementation. We are running a very huge budget deficit based on historical factors. Yet, when I look at this report, I do not see specific measures for expenditure rationalization. I do not see strong measures for spending cuts. We have experienced a spike in interest rates, standing today at about 26%, which is too heavy for the private sector, especially when we think of creating jobs and when we think of the political risks as well as commercial risks that are normally priced into our transactions. This, at 26%, the interest rate is too heavy. Yet, I do not see in this report, neither did I see it from what was presented from Treasury, a glide path as to how we intend to lower our interest rates. Madam Speaker, we have experienced very serious exchange rate instability over the last few months. Yet in this report, I also do not see interventions, macroeconomic interventions, that will stabilize the exchange rate, that will create a balance between the interest of importers and exporters. The same applies to the inflation rate. You only see two casual mention of the growth rate on page 8 and some aspects of inflation, but not the totality of inflation. I think we need to do more. We have a serious case of debt management in this country. I did take time to look at the statement of actuals issued by Treasury for December. 93% of the revenues raised were used to service both external and internal debt, domestic debt. Madam Speaker, today, domestic debt, where we are borrowing from domestic market, the government is, I think paying 19%, which translates to over 1 trillion in terms of redemption costs, and another 1 trillion in terms of interest payments. Yet, if you look at the document, there are no specific measures as to how we are going to deal, with this particular problem. What are we going to do about our debt? I'm not seeing that here. I'm not seeing measures that we are going to put in place that will encourage budget discipline. I think one of our biggest problems as a country is we do not stick to the budgets that we make. That is why we have excess pending bills and all those kind of things. Yet, I look at all this, I do not see measures that will encourage compliance, either by Treasury as alluded for by Majority Leader or by the implementers, sectoral implementers of various aspects of the budget. Finally, I need to call out Treasury. We have companies that are fleeing the country. Procter & Gamble left, SmithKline & Gamble left. Yet there's another company, British American Tobacco, which put 3 billion in a new factory, and they have not been able to commence commercial operations and employ people and raise revenue for us. I think these are the sort of things we need to deal with in this budget policy statement. With those few remarks, I beg to support. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Tongoyo.
Give the mic. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the BPS 2024 as tabled by the leader, by the Chair, Budget and Appropriation Committee. And Speaker, I want first of all to really commend a good job done by the Chair and this committee for working around the clock to ensure that the report comes is tabled timely before this House. Madam Speaker, looking into the BPS, you can able to appreciate that the Kenya government, the Kenya KWANZA government had truly lived true to their manifesto, where the budget and the BPS, the policy, is actually Wanjiko centered. It actually structured in a manner that it is actually a value chain, a kind of a budget, which aim to bring and grow the economy from bottom up. And we want really to commend for that. I want also, Madam Speaker, to take this opportunity to really appreciate all committees and their chairs for putting a lot of time and commitment looking through and engaging the state departments under their purview to ensure that the BPS as presented by the National Treasury able to meet the timelines. Madam Speaker, looking into the BPS, we have to appreciate that there is a lot of focus put into very critical sectors, Madam Speaker. This is to include agriculture, health, transport, energy, and more other very critical sectors of the economy. Madam Speaker, is a country, when the Kenya KWANZA government came into power, they changed the policy where the subsidy actually was removed from consumption to production. And we appreciated a huge bumper harvest when of course the farmers of this country got fertilizer subsidies, and we could see from the BPS that the ministry is still geared to continue following the same. And we want really to commend for that. Madam Speaker, I want also to really appreciate, looking into the BPS, there is money allocated to kickstart again the issue of equalization. We all know the history of equalization, especially majority of us who come from pastoralist and marginalized communities. For the last 4 or so years, this money has never been received. And we could be able to see from the BPS that there is a 7.4 billion allocated for the same. And it is something that very much commendable, Madam Speaker. More importantly, Madam Speaker, I want really now to focus into the area of security. Looking into the BPS, a good focus has been given into the critical area of security. We all know as a country how critical security is. There will be no meaningful development whatsoever if the areas and matter security has not been addressed. And I want really to comment that there is meaningful attention and focus given to the areas of security, especially taking into account the modernization program, which is aimed at equipping our police and security officers with the tools to enable them able to address the security challenges facing this country. And I've even had majority of members, especially from the North Rift, talking about the same, and I can see Mheshimiwa Maklab actually giving a lot of emphasis on the issue of our security operation in North Rift. Madam Speaker, from the BPS, for the last 2 years or so, we have not had the recruitment of police officers. In this BPS, there's been a consideration to recruit 5,000 of them, which will go a long way to really help this country able to tackle the insecurity issues. Madam Speaker, with still consideration of the same, I want to pinpoint a few gaps. Looking into the ceilings given by the National Treasury, there are critical areas, Madam Speaker, that are really, we thought as a committee, that needed to have been really given a more critical consideration. To mention just a few,
Just 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I've just mentioned that despite the allocation of not really fairly bad allocation, the matters to do with the the government printer is a very critical institution that if it's not really considered more, it may actually collapse. And this is where even the bills we are using in this house, the logbooks, the titles, this is where these things are printed. Madam Speaker, let me talk about the issue of passport. Majority of members in this house have raised the same issue. We all know that there is a critical problem on the issue of passport, and it's true. As we talk, 800,000 Kenyans are in the waiting list, having applied their passports, but they have not received. The big problem is that, Madam Speaker, and we proposed as a committee that this State Department should be given around 5 billion, so that the money they collect resulting from the selling of this very important document, they can recoup and they can able to buy the equipment so that Kenyans cannot wait for too long without getting such critical documents. Lastly, Madam Speaker, I think there is also
Honorable members, it has actually, I know I had said that this was going to go on until 9 p.m., but I just realized that we passed a resolution for limitation of time to 2.5 hours. And therefore, the mover should about now be, yes, to reply. But the mover can donate some of his time. It's 5:14 now, and no, it's okay. It's 5:14. It's supposed to end at 5:24. So
thank you very much. How many minutes to reply, Honorable Speaker?
Yes, and I would ask for you to donate your time to Mwasha.
How many minutes? 10.
Donate to me. Mandazi, 1 minute. You cannot close without talking about agriculture.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to take very little time before I donate a few minutes to my colleagues. I first of all I donate first? Okay. I wish to donate, since I have 10 minutes, Honorable Speaker, and members, please understand I'm human, so I'll just do what I can. Honorable Kibore Kizia, Honorable Roko, Chairman Kagongo, and Chairman Mutunga, Mheshimiwa Eric Mushangi, and lastly, Honorable Mwasako, Honorable Speaker, so that I'm left with 3 minutes to reply.
Honorable members, proceed.
And lastly, Honorable Taitumu PJ. Taitumu.
Proceed. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, we are losing time. Proceed.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable.
Proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Chair for donating this time to me, and I want to thank the Chair and the Budget Committee on commendable work they did. Madam Speaker, mine is to echo on the JSS. Madam Speaker, our youth who are teachers have been sacrificing their time and their energy to teach through hardship and going through the challenges as interns. And I want to say that this time that they should be absorbed
and they should be paid on a permanent and pensionable terms for our JSS teachers to be able to serve and be able to serve as teachers who are equally paid and equally enjoying the challenges like any other teacher, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we want to ask you also for more teachers to be employed to be able to reduce the teacher-student ratio. Given that our JSS and CBC still has some challenges, we need to echo that more should be employed to be able to serve our students and our pupils. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the committee, the budget committee on the REREC and the real electricity, and want to appreciate that our constituents have been suffering from the challenge and the lack of electricity. We want to commend them and want to ask them to put more money on the real electricity. Thank you.
Okay, the Honorable Mwashako. No, it's okay, I don't have to follow that list as long as everyone speaks.
Asante Bi Speaker kwa nafasi hii. Kwanza nataka kuchukua nafasi hii kumpongeza mwenyekiti wa kamati ya budget kwa mambo makubwa ambayo amefanya, kazi nzuri. Ndani ya wiki mbili tuko na ripoti ambayo tunazungumzia. Mheshimiwa Speaker, nataka kuongea juu ya mambo matatu kwa haraka kwa sababu ya saa. La kwanza, Mheshimiwa Speaker, niunge mkono ripoti hii kwa sababu imeangazia masuala muhimu katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Mheshimiwa Speaker, sote ambao tunaishi ndani ya Kenya tuko na ni haki yetu kupata mafanikio ya maendeleo katika kila sehemu ya Kenya. Katika nchi yetu ya Kenya, Mheshimiwa Speaker, kuna maeneo mengi ambayo yamepata kufaidika zaidi na mfumo wa serikali uliokuwemo kutoka wakati wa uhuru na mpaka sasa. Mheshimiwa Speaker, naongea Mheshimiwa Speaker, jambo ambalo limenitia moyo sana kwa ripoti hii ni masuala kuhusu mambo ya pesa ya stima. Mheshimiwa Speaker, stima kule tunakotoka wengine wetu ni watu wachache mno ambao wako na stima. Leo hii Mheshimiwa Speaker, ukienda maeneo ya kule Taita Taveta, kuna sehemu ya kule ukianza na kule Taveta, uje Voi, uje Mwatate na uje Indani, Mheshimiwa Speaker, utapata sehemu chache sana ziko na stima. Lakini ripoti hii imesema kwamba tuweke milioni 50 kwa kila eneo bunge ili kila Mkenya aunganishwe na stima. Mheshimiwa Speaker, nina uhakika kwamba swala hili ni muhimu. La mwisho,
what's the problem? Order, honorable members. The Honorable Kangogo, followed by Honorable Mchangi. Proceed on the basis of that.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to commend a Budget and Appropriations Committee, Honorable Chair, because of the job well done.
Yes, what's the point of order? What's the point of order, the Honorable?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the donation by my chairman of budget is very unconstitutional. He has given 10 men the chance to contribute to his donated 10. So I want to request that you use standing order number 1 and use your discretion to award one member the balance, and that member should be me as the senior one. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I think I'm not going to use my minutes. Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate the committee because of the good job they have done, especially in allocation of the critical areas. Honorable Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I want to start with first the allocation to REREC to make sure that the last mile connectivity in our constituencies or across the country. Honorable Speaker, Mr. Speaker, equally the way electricity is very important across the country. Honorable Speaker, I would want also the Honorable Chair and the budget together with this House, Honorable Speaker, that we also allocate money for water in every constituency in the country. Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honorable Chair and the committee also because of what they have given, Mr. Speaker, to the Ministry of Health to roll out the universal health coverage, Honorable Speaker, and also to the Ministry of Education to make sure that
Our young men and women who are in university, Honorable Speaker, they kept a good amount of money because of scholarships. Mr. Speaker, the issue of insecurity, Mr. Speaker, though there is an enhancement in the budget of security, Mr. Speaker,
the donations were expressed, they were 1 minute. The chair would hesitate to get involved in this. Let's have the Honorable Muchangi and then for Honorable Mutunga. Proceed, Muchangi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I wish to commend the Budget and Appropriations Committee for a job very well done. Honorable Speaker, the issue of injecting more money to the issue of rural electrification is a very welcome idea because in my constituency I have very many villages, and I know it is the same thing in very many other constituencies. People are in need of this electricity project so that we can improve our economy. Honorable Speaker, I wish also to commend the committee for appropriating more resources to the employment of teachers in permanent basis, in permanent and pensionable basis, because we have very many teachers who are in internship programs. Some have even become senior interns and have really been longing for a time when they will be employed. So the fact that
the minute is over. You're followed by the Honorable Mutunga, and the Speaker is going, order, honorable members. The Speaker is going to use a certain discretion. This country, the Constitution, the Constitution of this country is very express. We must have some element of gender balance. So as soon as the Honorable Mutunga is over, the Honorable Milo Riambo will have 1 minute.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the report is good.
That's called the Speaker's overreach. Proceed.
Honorable Speaker, my minute has been consumed. Honorable Speaker, the report is good. I just want to highlight a few issues. And it is good sometimes to speak as from the figures. Honorable Speaker, after a lot of suppression, instead of agriculture getting 410 billion shillings, they have been given a paltry 63 billion 200 million. Honorable Speaker, this is the sector with the most impact, which is the most impactful in terms of poverty reduction. 1.5 times proven against any other. It is the most versatile in job creation. It is the one that basically will do balance of, import substitution. It is the one to stimulate industrialization. Honorable Speaker, I will give a specific example. The labor sector needed 980 million, and they were given only 200 million. Honorable Speaker, we need to focus on agriculture in order to grow. If we don't focus on agriculture, it will take us a lot of time, and we cannot put everything for free and not fund agriculture and believe we shall grow as a country. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chair is in total agreement. He is the Member of Parliament for the DAP. I don't have that opportunity, but if I had the opportunity, I would have also agreed with you. The Honorable Emilio Riambo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for exercising that discretion and respecting the Constitution. In 1 minute, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I agree with the committee on the issue of passports, ID and birth certificates. Kenyans are suffering. This issue must be addressed. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I agree with the committee on the issue of gender responsiveness, but it should be situated in departments, not with the CS of Treasury. Third, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of compensation of wildlife, human conflict, that should be prioritized, especially in Suba North, where many people have been killed by hippopotamus. And Mr. Speaker, finally, on the issue of devolved functions of the government, we must empower our counties and give them the money they need and the freedom they need, and it should be reflected in the laws and in the policies, Mr. Speaker. And finally, we need to plan in a better manner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Ruko, and that's the last person. We'll proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start by thanking the chairman of the Budget and Appropriation Committee for a very good job which they have done as one of the many other processes in budgeting process. If this job has been done well, Mr. Speaker, it is important to also stress that other processes which are coming up, they have to be done in the most appropriate way. Bearing in mind, one of them is
Ministry of Treasury, they have to do a good job. The other one which they have to do a good job, Mr. Speaker, the Finance Committee, for us to finance this budget, they have to do it in the most appropriate way. And the other, the opposition side, Mr. Speaker, you see them opposing the finance bill when it comes here for us to finance this budget. And we are here supporting the budget proposal, and in a couple of months, or in a couple of few months from now, you see them opposing. That is ridiculous.
I think this is the moment now for the mover to reply.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the chance to reply. I want to thank all the contributors, starting with the first one who contributed, Honorable Makilap, very intelligent member of Parliament for Baringo North, just like all the others who contributed. I also thank all the committee members and the departmental chairs, and also our staff from the Parliamentary Budget Office. I can see them here, Dan Kachumbo, Julie, I can see you, and also Dr. Abel. They have been very instrumental towards this process up to completion. Honorable Speaker, as I come to the close, just for clarity's sake, as the Budget Committee, and of course with the consultation, especially with the President, we are very happy that we have 12 billion shillings more for electrification. Honorable Speaker, we thought it is not our domain as the Budget Committee to know how it will be shared, and therefore is upon our members to decide. Ours was just a proposal that will equally divide a portion of it. However, there is another budget of 6.5 billion that is being left without over and above the equally distributed, and therefore that budget would go now into balancing areas that has got low electrification, Honorable Speaker. The other issue that is very important, we have added Kenya shillings 3.2 billion into Immigration Department because we have a lot of opportunities outside the country, and we need Kenyans, and especially those who are taking advantage of those opportunities to get their passports in a timely manner and more efficiently, Honorable Speaker. I have had issues around pension. We have allocated 184 billion shillings towards a pension, Honorable Speaker, and in our recommendations, we have tasked the National Treasury to make the department that had those pensions to be more efficient. We do not want to see teachers and all the other civil servants queuing for long hours, going for what is actually right for the years, because they already contributed towards that pension. Honorable Speaker, I am very grateful to everyone. There is a lot more that we were able to do, but I highlighted when we were starting. But of course, the highlight is the fifth. Actually, the amount I talked about going to REREC. If you divide the 14.5 billion that will go to specific constituencies, every constituency represented here will get 50 million more for electricity. It is the member of Parliament to submit the list. It is the member of Parliament to know the priority areas. It is the member of Parliament to oversight. And Honorable Speaker, that is a thumbs up from the President that this House is made up of men and women who are going out of their way, Honorable Speaker, to make sure our villages are developed. Something else that we have learned along the process is about equal distribution of resources, that Kenya is one, and for Kenya to develop as a whole, every part of Kenya has to develop. And that is why in this House, in the Budget Committee, Honorable Speaker, we do not look at the voting patterns, we do not look at the second name of the people. All Kenyans are the same, they are equal, they are all taxpayers, and that is why even around REREC, our proposal is for the money to go to every village in Kenya, because Kenya is for all of us, and we cannot segregate any part of Kenya, Honorable Speaker, on any one basis. Otherwise, thank you very much. I thank all the honorable members. We keep benefiting from your wisdom. Our offices are always open. Even just to talk, we learn. And after learning, we make a better budget. A better budget helps all of us, and especially the people of Kenya. Thank you very much, and I wish to reply.
Fair enough. The chair is not going to put the question. The question will be put in the next session. Next order.
Order number 10, the Natural Resources benefit sharing bill, Senate Bill number 6 of 2022, second reading.
Yeah, 8 minutes more. The Honorable Mino Diambo, I'm made to understand you still have 8 minutes more. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity yet again. And just want to reiterate that I couldn't say within 1 minute that I was grateful that you recognize that there are women also in this house. I know that sometimes men don't notice us, but I do want to thank you for giving me that opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that I've commenced my discussions around this bill, and I'd wanted to give specific recommendations for amendments in the bill. However, from what I was hearing, the way the committee was going, I am going to refrain from making the specific recommendations in regard to the bill, but I'm instead going to talk broadly about the bill. Mr. Speaker, as I indicated yesterday, if you look at the long title and the content of the bill, they do not match the actual title of the bill. The bill is the Natural Resource Benefit Sharing Bill 2022. And Mr. Speaker, if you look at what it seeks to do is to actually discuss the issues of benefit sharing in terms of natural resources between the national government and the county governments. Mr. Speaker, what this then does is to forget the international framework in terms of sharing of benefits at the international level. Mr. Speaker, when you are talking about natural resource and benefit sharing, it would be a fallacy for us not to consider what the international legal framework provides. Mr. Speaker, as I indicated earlier, and I just want to reiterate, Article 2.5 and 2.6 of the Constitution provides that any treaty that is ratified by Kenya becomes part of the laws of Kenya. And Mr. Speaker, Kenya has ratified several treaties that have to do with the natural resources. I want to give an example of a convention on biological diversity that has been ratified by Kenya that talks largely around the issue of benefit sharing, but mainly around genetic resources. Mr. Speaker, the Nagoya Protocol on Access to Genetic Resources and the fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising from their utilization also speaks to the issue of genetic resources. Mr. Speaker, however, this bill talks not only of genetic resources, but it talks very broadly around the issue of benefit sharing of natural resources. And again, what it has discussed broadly issues such as sunshine, lakes, oceans, and all that, Mr. Speaker. But I'd want to say that we must develop a legislative framework that protects our resources from exploitation and predicates the transfer on royalties and the transfer of technologies, amongst other things. Mr. Speaker, I'm not too sure whether the person who sponsored this bill is aware of that framework, Mr. Speaker. And my concern is that if we reduce this issue to a county, a national government issue, or county to county issue, then we miss the point. And my concern from what the committee was saying, the committee was raising constitutional issues and other issues. But for me, Mr. Speaker, if it is not defeated at the second reading, Mr. Speaker, then I will bring comprehensive amendments that actually have to do with the international legal framework. And perhaps at that point, the committee will raise another issue that perhaps my amendments are too many that may require the coming up of a new bill. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak to one of our natural resources. And again, from what I'm seeing in this bill, it is only focusing where, for instance, you are dealing with one county to another, where one resource is in one county and the benefits transcends to another county. Mr. Speaker, I want to give the example of Lake Victoria, and my constituency has a very big portion of Lake Victoria. Mr. Speaker, many of us in the past thought that water is an infinite resource, but over the years it has become evident that even water is not endless, Mr. Speaker. And because of that, there's increasing conflict within Lake Victoria, Mr. Speaker, which is based on the fact that you have very many people right from northern Kenya to other counties that are fishing within Subanap. Mr. Speaker, I would actually welcome you. You would be surprised to find people from your own constituency that own the largest amount of boats in my constituency. And we do welcome them, we don't oppose it. But what the challenge is that when you have a situation like that, then people start fighting over where they park the boats. People fight over the fishing areas. Like I had to call a meeting of conflict resolution between omena fishers, Nile perch fishers, and fishers of other kinds of fish, because you find that there are people who fish at night and others who fish at day. When the people who fish at day come and they put their nets during the daytime, and the omena fishers come in the night, they discover that there is no more space to put their nets. So what do? They cut off loose the nets for the people who put their nets in the day, and once they cut off, the ones who had put their fish in the daytime, when they come back, all their fish have either escaped or have been stolen. This has led to conflicts where people have actually harmed themselves. The other issue, of course, that has arisen is that when you have land as a resource, you can be given title deed. But when you have water, there is no title deed to water. So what happens is that people come from all over, they crowd Subanap. The people who have been artisanal fishers no longer have space even to fish. And Mr. Speaker, what then happens is you find, for instance, I'm the one who actually promoted the ex-situ and in-situ fishing. And for in-situ fishing, I encourage the issue of using cage fishing. And Mr. Speaker, the challenge now is we have many people who as far as from China. And when they come to fish, which again we welcome because it actually provides job opportunities for our local people. But then the challenge is for artisanal fishers. There is no longer space in the lake to fish. I have been raising this issue, and I'm going to bring an amendment to the Fisheries Management Act to raise issues around this. And I've actually raised this even with our county government, that there is need for urgent regulation, because otherwise people are going to kill themselves over this. Already there are people who are being killed or who are hurt because of the fight over these natural resources. But Mr. Speaker, when you look at this bill, it does not address those pertinent issues. And that's why for me, I would want us to look at this bill in terms of how does it address a situation where international agencies or bodies are exploiting our own resources as a country. For instance, Mr. Speaker, in the past I've given the example of Endon, which is an Ethiopian plant that has actually enhanced the chances of young children from surviving leukemia. And yet, you find that people from outside Ethiopia have gone and used this plant for their own purposes. Sorry, not Endon. Endon is actually used for a different thing, Mr. Speaker. But you find that they give intellectual property rights to these agencies. Mr. Speaker, I can see my time is up, but again, as I've said, that if we get opportunity, I will bring amendments if it is not defeated at the second stage, because it has left quite a lot outside the framework that it should actually have. And that's why I was telling the committee, in a way I agree with them and in a way I don't, because we do need a legislative framework on benefit sharing for natural resources. Thank you.
The Honorable Timothy Troitich.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute on this very important piece of legislation, that is the Natural Resources Benefit Sharing Bill, that is the Senate bill. Honorable Speaker, I listened to the chair of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources yesterday, and Chair, Honorable Speaker, the recommendation by the committee was to reject this bill. Honorable Speaker, I shall not agree with the position of the committee for the following reasons. Honorable Speaker, one of the issues that has been raised by the committee for rejecting this bill was for the reason that a money bill, that the Senate cannot originate a money bill. Honorable Speaker, I have read the Constitution, in particular Article 1095. Honorable Speaker, it provides very clearly that a bill may be introduced by any member or committee of the relevant House of Parliament, but a money bill may be introduced only in the National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, having read that particular provision of the Constitution and having read several court decisions on that matter, Honorable Speaker, the Constitution uses the word may, not shall, meaning, Honorable Speaker, it is not mandatory. So, Honorable Speaker, under certain exceptional circumstances, the Senate may originate a money bill, depending on the circumstances. Honorable Speaker, for the first time, we have a bill that has brought harmony to the various acts of Parliament that exist in terms of our natural resources. Honorable Speaker, I come from a county that is very rich in natural resources. Honorable Speaker, we have water resources in our county. For example, we have certain minerals like fluorspar in our county. Honorable Speaker, over time, my constituency or my county has never benefited from the resources that it has. Honorable Speaker, for example, we have a Chabara Dam in my constituency, which supplies water to Eldoret town. But the county has never benefited in any way because of a lack of a proper legal and institutional framework to manage that particular resource. Honorable Speaker, we have fluorspar in my county, but the county government of Elgeyo Marakwet has not been able to benefit from the mining of fluorspar. What has happened is that the investors have been mining, they leave the site, there is no rehabilitation to the site that the mines have been. Honorable Speaker, our people end up suffering. Honorable Speaker, I have read the law, this particular proposed piece of legislation. It is a comprehensive piece of legislation. For example, if you read at the proposed section 26, it provides that a system that the revenue sharing formula shall be as follows. 1, 60% shall go to the national government. 40% shall go to the county government. Honorable Speaker, there is no other law. If you look at the various legislation that are in place, it doesn't provide that particular specific percentage. Honorable Speaker, it goes further under section 26C, that out of the money allocated to the county government, 60% shall be used to implement local community projects. Honorable Speaker, we have never seen such an existing legislation that recognizes local communities. But under this bill, it is very clear that out of the money allocated to the county governments, 60% shall be used to implement local projects. Honorable Speaker, we have our investors going to the county government for purposes of exploiting natural resources, but the local community have never benefited. Honorable Speaker, this particular law has given a specific percentage that the local community shall benefit from. Honorable Speaker, it goes further to say 40% shall benefit the entire county. So meaning, if a resource is mined from a specific area, then there is a specific benefit that will accrue to that particular community. Honorable Speaker, yesterday there was an issue of cross-border or a resource that besides two counties. The question is, how will that be resolved? The committee misadvised the House that there is no provision on how cross-border resources can be shared. Honorable Speaker, I have read the bill. Section 26C provides very clearly that a larger resource that bestrides 2 or more counties, the Resource Benefit Authority shall determine a ratio of sharing. Someone was quoted an example saying, for example, in geothermal, where the natural gas comes from another county and is harvested in another county. So the question was, how was that resource to be shared? Chair, Honorable Speaker, I have read the bill. It provides very clearly that the authority that is formed under the Act shall sit down to determine how the two counties shall share that cross-border resource. Honorable Speaker, I am aware that there are certain legislation that are existing that provides for how certain resources are shared. For example, the petroleum law that is in place, the mining act that is in place. But Honorable Speaker, this particular legislations are implemented by various agencies. But what this bill has done is it has brought harmony. It has established an authority that under section 24(3) of the proposed bill, it provides very clearly that where a written law prescribes the royalty, fees or payment in a particular natural resource sector, the relevant written law shall apply with respect to that sector. So it has saved particular sectors that are specific legislations. But it also says that the authority shall ensure compliance with the written law for the implementation of any benefit sharing agreement entered into pursuant to this particular law. Honorable Speaker, what happens if, for example, a particular law provides that a certain community is to benefit and it doesn't? Who will oversight that particular realization of that particular provision? So, Honorable Speaker, this law has brought harmony. In my opinion, we should be able to pass as a house because it acts as a regulatory authority to other existing pieces of legislation. So, Honorable Speaker, I rise. We have suffered as counties that have natural resources but have never benefited, have never realized any benefit from the resources that are in those counties. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this bill.
The Honorable Mishimboko, followed by Beatrice Alachi. Honorable.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, napenda kusema mswada huu ni mswada wa maana sana na ni mswada ambao tumeusubiri kwa miaka mingi sana. Japokuwa mswada huu una mapengo kiasi ambapo ningesema ya kwamba tusikose mwana na maji ya moto. Hivyo basi tuweze kuzungumzia mswada huu na tuweze kuupiga msasa na kuleta marekebisho kwa wakati utakaofaa. Na nasema hivyo kwa sababu wakati kamati ya mambo ya mazingira ilipozungumzia swala la mswada huu, walizungumzia kwamba tuweze kukataa na tusipitishe kama bunge kwa sababu ya zile changamoto nyingi ambazo zimeweza kupatikana. Lakini nataka niseme kizuri chochote huwa hakikosi ila, na kama bunge sisi tuna nafasi ya ila zile zilioko katika mswada huu tuweze kuzizungumzia na kuzirekebisha. Hivyo basi nataka niseme taifa letu la Kenya limebarikiwa sana na kuweza kuwa na mali asili tofauti tofauti, kama mali asili ya maji, maziwa yetu, mito yetu, tuko na misitu, pia tuko na wanyamapori, pia tuko na mambo ya bahari na uvuvi na mambo mengine mengi kama mali asili. Na wakati mwingi sana wakaazi ama jamii ambazo kumepatikana mali asili kama hizo wameweza kukosa mapato ama kuweza kukosa kile kinachopatikana kutokana na mali asili kama hiyo. Na vile vile pia serikali imeweza kukosa mapato na pia kaunti zetu zimeweza kukosa mapato. Hivyo basi mswada huu unazungumzia njia ambayo itatumika kuweza kufanya ugavi wa mapato hayo katika serikali kuu, serikali ya kaunti na pia zile jamii ambazo mali asili imepatikana katika sehemu zao. Lakini niseme ya kwamba wakati tunasema ugavi ule utakuwa 60-40 na tunasema 40 inaenda kwa kaunti, je, hii kaunti itagawanywa vipi katika ile jamii ambayo imeweza kuathirika? Unaweza kuona kwa mfano iko katika kaunti ya Mombasa, lakini pengine mali asili ile inatoka katika constituency ya Likoni, na ikiwa tumesema tu 40 zinaenda kwa kaunti, pengine kaunti wanaweza kufanya miradi katika sehemu nyingine na hata waweze pia kusahau pengine mradi katika ile sehemu haswa ambayo mali asili kama ile imeweza kupatikana. Vile vile katika kutengeza ile kamati ambayo itaangalia ugavi huo utafanyika kwa njia gani, hawakuweka mwakilishi wa mbunge, wameweka tu mwakilishi wa kutoka katika baraza la magavana na mawakilishi wengine waliowekwa pale. Lakini tuweze kujua ya kwamba ugatuzi unaanzia pale katika eneo bunge. Na kwa mfano mimi nataka niangalie mfano tu wa Kwale, kule tulikuwa na madini ile inaitwa Tiomini. Katika kuweza kuona ya kwamba jamii wameweza kufaidika, kulitengezwa kamati ambayo ilikuwa na mwakilishi wa kutoka kwa county, kulikuwa na mwakilishi wa kiserikali, kulikuwa na mwakilishi wa mbunge, na kulikuwa na mwakilishi mmoja anayewakilisha wale tunawaita MCAs ama wale wajumbe katika wodi zetu. Hivyo basi sauti za wale wananchi wa chini wangeweza kusikika katika swala hili la mapato ya mambo ya madini. Vile vile nataka niseme pia wakati ugavi unafanyika wa mapato haya, lazima ijulikane si mapato tu. Kwa mfano kama titanium base kule Kwale imepata mapato makubwa sana, lakini je, yale walioregesha kwa serikali kuu na serikali ya kaunti na jamii ni sawia na yale mapato waliopata? Jibu litakuwa ni kwamba mapato tuliopata kama kaunti, kama jamii na kama serikali kuu ni mapato duni sana, mapato machache sana. Hivyo basi lazima mswada huu ungeweza haswa kuangalia ya kwamba lazima mapato yale yatakuwa ni mapato ambayo yanaenda sawia ama kwa njia fulani na yale mapato ambayo yamepatikana katika biashara ya mali asili kama hiyo. Vile vile nataka nizungumzie swala la mazingira. Wakati mali asili kama hii imepatikana katika sehemu fulani na wakati ile biashara inaendelea, kuna athari ya mazingira. Na je, mswada huu umezungumzia kinaga ubaga, je, fidia gani itapatikana kuweza kuangalia kwamba mazingira haya yanaweza kuregeshwa katika hali iliyokuwa ili pia yaweze kuendelea kuzalisha. Sasa hivi kule Kwale titanium base wanaondoka, lakini ardhi ile ya maekari mengi na mengi na mengi itabaki ikiwa haiwezi kutumika katika mambo ya ukulima, haiwezi kutumika katika mambo ya ufugaji. Je, hasara kama ile itakuwa imeenda kwa nani? Kwa Mkenya na serikali kuu ya Kenya. Kwa hivyo lazima mambo kama haya tuweze kuangalia. Tumeona ya kwamba CRA ama ile tume ya uchukuzi wa mambo ya fedha itasimamia kuangalia kwamba kuna ile mikataba ya kuwa itakuwa mikataba ya wale wanaotaka kutumia mali asili na wale wakaazi na serikali kuu na pia county. Lakini hatujaambiwa ya kwamba katika wakati wanafanya mikakati kama hii, kwa sababu wamepewa majukumu mengi sana ambao wamepewa waweze kuangalia pia kama kuna malalamiko wao pia watasimamia pia ile kulipa yale malipo yao yatafika kwa njia inayotakikana watapewa. Lakini hatujaonyeshwa kabisa mfumo maalum ambao utakuwa unafuatilia katika kuhakikisha ya kwamba mambo hayo na majukumu hayo yamefanyika pasi na watu kutumia mambo ya rushwa na kutumia njia ambazo zitaweza kuathiri wale haswa ambao wanahitajika kuweza kupata mapato kama hayo. Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka niseme ya kwamba swala la mali asili kuweza kusaidia pia ni swala ambalo tungeweza kujua ya kwamba haswa wakati kuna zile asilimia kwamba inaenda kwa jamii. Je, fedha hizi zitatumika kwa njia gani? Je, kutakuwa na kutaka ya kwamba kuwe na ile kuwezesha ama Kiingereza tunasema public participation ili watu waweze kuelewa haraka. Haijawekwa kitengo kama hicho kuonyesha ya kwamba watu watakuwa na usemi katika ile miradi ambayo itaweza kufanyika kupitia mapato yale ambayo yametokana na ile asilimia 40. Kwa hivyo mtu pengine county inaweza kuamua tu katika asilimia hii sisi tutafanya hivi bila kuhusisha wale haswa walengwa katika swala kama hili. Hizo ndio katika yale mapengo ama katika zile changamoto ambazo tumeziona katika mswada huu, mswada ambao tumeupenda sana kwa sababu tunajua unaweza kujenga ajira katika taifa letu la Kenya, unaweza kuboresha uchumi katika taifa letu la Kenya tukiwa tutaangalia haswa yale mapato yanayopatikana na sisi ambao mali asili imetoka kwetu tunaweza kuipata kwa njia gani. Mheshimiwa Spika, pia nataka niweze kusema ya kwamba katika zile fedha ambazo pia tunazungumzia za serikali, asilimia 60 tumeambiwa ya kwamba utatengezewa hazina fulani ambazo tutasimamia pesa kama hivyo, lakini hazijazungumzia kinagaubaga hazina hizi zitasimamiwa na nani, watakaosimamiwa watakuwa ni watu wa tajriba ya aina gani na zitakaa kwa muda gani, kitengo gani kitaangalia mambo ya mazingira, kitengo gani kitaangalia mambo ya jamii na kusaidia mambo ya kitaifa ya miradi na mambo kama hayo. Kwa hivyo hatutaki kuwa ikiwa tutapitisha jambo bila kulipiga msasa uko mbele, iwe ni fedha ambazo ziko pale, lakini pengine watu wachache wanazitumia kiholela ama wanatumia rushwa na kuweza kufanya pesa hizi zisiweze kumsaidia Mkenya ama yule haswa ambaye ameweza kuathirika. Swala jingine, ikiwa kaunti zimepakana na kaunti pia ziko pamoja, hatukuzungumzia hapa katika kuhakikisha lile jopo ambalo litasimamia kuangalia ile hesabu ya mapato itakuwa vipi. Hatujaambiwa ya kwamba iwapo ni kaunti kadhaa ziko pamoja na ile mali asili imetoka katika hizo kaunti zote, je, utakuwa vipi? Jopo lile litachaguliwa kivipi? Je, ni watu wangapi watakuwa katika jopo lile? Limesema tu ni kaunti. Kama ni kaunti 3, je, watachaguliwa watu wangapi? Ama hesabu ile itageuka, ama hesabu ile itakuwa vipi? Kwa hivyo, Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna mapengo kadhaa ambayo yako katika mswada kama huu, lakini nataka niseme ni wakati mwafaka. Kuna bahari kule pwani Mombasa, mambo mengi yanafanyika pale bandari, lakini je, wakaazi na jamii wanapata nini? Tukiangalia pia, japokuwa hiyo zungumzi madini, lakini kule Taita Taveta kuna madini, Turkana kuna mafuta, na kuna mambo ya jua ambalo linapatikana hata kule Lamu. Kulikuwa na mradi ambao ufanyike wa kupitia mambo ya jua, lakini ilikuwa changamoto kwa sababu hatukuwa na sheria ambayo inaweza kufuatilia mambo kama hayo. Sheria kama hii ikipigwa msasa ifuatiliwe kisawa, na pia isiweze kupingana na sheria zilioko sasa. Sasa hivi tuna sheria pia ile inaitwa Mining Act kwa lugha ya Kiingereza, iko pale, na kuna sheria nyingi zinazozungumzia mali asili. Lazima pia tuweke ya kwamba hawatakuwa
Honorable Elachi Beatrice, followed by the Honorable Russell, followed by the Honorable John Oluki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to support this Senate motion on the Natural Resources Benefit Sharing Bill. And Mr. Speaker, when you look at our country, Kenya, the key natural resources that we have, as much as we will look at what they've listed, but the key ones, we find ourselves with gold, iron, titanium, gemstones, fishing, and many others, as they say, wildlife. But Mr. Speaker, now when we look at the bill that the Senate is proposing, and I know we have a Mining Act, and we've realized that, Mr. Speaker, for many years, Kenyans who were very smart those days, they went into different communities and were able to identify these mines very early. And so you find these are their lands today. And so even if, as we talk of the bill and we want to ensure they want to benefit, you realize that you find that there is a private person who believes this is now his land. He or she is the one who is handling the title deed and everything. Yet communities are there. They are unable to even just enter this land and get what is their rightful share. So if we talk about promoting local content and all these initiatives we are talking about exploration, we have to first ask ourselves and go back to the Mining Act and ensure that all these lands that were taken those days, is there a way that now the mining ministry can sit down with those who are beneficiaries to talk with communities who are the owners of this land, to tell them, in this land, for example, if it is Kwale, or if it's Mombasa, or if it's Malindi, where we have many of these natural resources, and yet there's a private person who is the owner, is there a way first we can deal with that so that communities and counties can start having the right to know these mineral resources that we have, natural resources? How are we going to ensure we work together with the person who got this title many, many years ago? The second thing that the ministry has to do so that we don't find ourselves in conflict, and I know many of this, when I look at Kakamega, for example, Kakamega County, where we have gold, we have so many people there, they are just doing their businesses. But when this law now comes in, we are saying that indeed there shall be a board, fine. That board has to work. And today I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, if you work in the Ministry of Mining, which I have, and request even today there's a window where they say, there's a window of rights where you are able to apply and take just a mine wherever it is. And that when you find the things they are doing in the ministry with the team, you'll feel very sad even for the communities. Because the people who know all these things are the people who have been there, who have been in this business, and they understand this business. So first of all, we have to go back and look at those rights and ask ourselves, the windows that, the portal that is there, if I want to apply for a license of mining, is the community given the right to apply first before any other person comes from another county to apply and be given the rights of that mining? And so, Mr. Speaker, when we talk of collection of royalties, and they are saying that the authority shall, in consultation with the Council of County Governors and relevant national government entities, you have to look at the Mining Act, because you'll find the same clause in the Mining Act. And that is what has been happening. And so even for communities who have these minerals to benefit, there is need for us, first of all, to agree. We passed a Mining Act in this country. Is it possible to see whether the implementation of that Mining Act has been working? Is it working for the people, or is it working for the individuals who are the ones now who are the owners of the different minings that we have? Mr. Speaker, when you come now to the benefit sharing agreement, and I think this is where we want to now agree. There is a benefit sharing agreement which is part 4, and we are saying every affected entity shall enter into a benefit. And I just want to read, Mr. Speaker, so that you realize sharing agreement with the relevant county government before the exploitation of a natural resource in the affected county. It means in the Mining Act already there's someone who is already handling, who is in hold of this. So for you to come within that agreement as a community and with the relevant county government, and before you even do that exploitation, you must sit down. So even as we are passing this benefit sharing bill, we have to look at the overlaps of the law within the Mining Act and the sharing and the benefit sharing bill, so that we don't find ourselves in conflict every time. When we go sit down, we realize the regulations in the Mining Act are already are also guiding us as the law is about to guide us in this one. It says also, Mr. Speaker, the benefit sharing agreement shall include non-monetary benefits that may accrue to the county and the contribution of the affected entity in realizing the same. Now, the affected entity is the community, or is it the national government, or which is the affected community? It has to be very clear so that we also don't find communities, and I know we have very many communities. Look at the KWANZA, Mr. Speaker, in Baringo, with all the rubies they have there, but they have never benefited. But today they are in war, they are in bandits, yet under the ground they have a natural resource that can just transform the whole of Baringo. So that is why I'm saying the government has to be clear and must be willing to commit itself that when we are bringing in all these bills, they have to work for the communities that own these lands. Mr. Speaker, then we are told at 28, each county that has a natural resource to which this act applies shall establish a county benefit sharing committee. But I know also in the Mining Act, there is a committee. How will they work? So I want to tell also the Senate, it is important to look at both. If you want really Kenyans to really benefit in this, it is important to look at all these acts so that we don't find ourselves, well, we have finished all the good work we are doing, we've passed the law, but it becomes again a barrier for those who are supposed to benefit, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, even as you look at now the function itself, and you go to the functions of the mining, You'll be so surprised some of the functions here are the same as the other. In consultation with the respective local community and upon conducting public participation, negotiate the terms of a benefit sharing agreement. The law is there to help, Mr. Speaker, to facilitate, not to bring back people again to start negotiating. We have to help them to facilitate and ensure. We need to put, the way in the Mining Act, there are percentages that have been put. Yes, there's 40, as Mheshimiwa Mishi was saying, there's 60. But then, in the end, if we are sitting down in a joint benefit sharing agreement, yet we thought the law was to cure that, so that we don't find ourselves back and forth, communities again running to court to say we are not agreeing. They will run back to court. Now the courts again will be the one assisting them to unlock and interpret the law again, which I know it is the work of the court, but for us in Parliament, I think it is important when we are doing a law, it should be a law that is it's explicit, it's clear, and it's able to just be read by any layman person, and they are able to benefit in it. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, as much as we are giving the counties all the powers that we would wish, let us agree to assist counties by looking at what the Mining Act, it's very clear, it has a lot of powers at the national government, and therefore if we are saying land is with the counties, then let the counties be more involved in this than even the national government. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to support, but to ensure we have clear amendments and no overlapping of the two laws.
The Honorable Didoraso, followed by the Honorable Waluke.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, reading this bill and also listening to the chairman when he was presenting yesterday, I think what as a House we should not do is to legislate in vain. To say on one hand, this bill appears not constitutional in terms of the mandering of issues it introduces, and on the other side, we come out to say that this bill has some good things. From my understanding of having been a legislator in this House, there is no point of making laws or bringing laws to the floor of this House when it is not properly cooked, not ripe enough for us to really make sense out of it. The originators of this bill, I think from where they sat, the world view is the counties as where these resources are found, from where these resources are going to be managed, and those individuals who will be asked how in the end these resources are going to be applied. Mr. Speaker, this bill brings me to Article 204, Sub-Article 2 and Sub-Article 4, the Equalization Fund. The reason why today we have so much problems in terms of application of the Equalization Fund, on one hand, you say it should address the issues of marginalized areas and maybe groups, so that they are brought to the same level as to those other relatively more developed areas. But at the same time, in Sub-Article 4, it says that the CRA is going to decide. That is why today we have people coming from Nairobi saying they are marginalized. Who marginalized them? when everything in Kenya is in Nairobi. So, the originators of this bill, largely they occur to me that they are so much consumed by creating an authority and boards that is going to manage this. Then the issue of benefit sharing. Honorable Speaker, from where I come from, Marsabit, we have the problem of the Lake Turkana wind power, where the county government then allowed a company to start that project. It is a major project, a world standard project, but with very little consultation from the local community or the resident community for that matter. That matter, I think, is still in court, and yet the company is evacuating almost 360 megawatts to the national grid. So, whereas I would appreciate that this bill is important, but this bill should not be in conflict to other existing statutes, acts of parliament. We say that we have a petroleum act. It is among the oldest acts that we have in this country, particularly in the energy sector. Are we going to just shelve it away and come up with some new laws? We have the Water Act. God forbid, if the residents of Muranga wake up one morning and they say that that water from Ndakaini should not come to Nairobi, where are we going to go? So, it is important to make laws, but we must make good laws that are not in conflict with the existing laws. Honorable Speaker, for those of us from the ASAL, the arid and semi-arid lands, these are the frontiers of the future development of Kenya, where we are likely to get minerals, wind power, sun, solar, so all kinds of things, even water, groundwater. If we have benefited from the rest of Kenya since independence, and all of a sudden there's something new that is discovered in our region, and we start saying it is ours, it doesn't belong to the rest, then which Kenya are we living in? Honorable Speaker, currently the people of Dabel in the constituency of Moyale, they are locals who have discovered gold, whereas they are mining it in small scales. But one of the issues that has been found to be disturbing the resident community is the issue of land degradation and pollution. And also because many people are moving into an area that can only support just so much population in terms of water and basic amenities. The locals are asking who must take the responsibility. And the county government of Marsabit is saying it is none of our business. The Ministry of Mining, they are not taking the appropriate measures to make sure that those people are safe, they are doing the right thing, and the environment is not unfairly degraded. But it must be, things must be applied to the benefit of both the exploiters of those minerals and the local community. Honorable Speaker, when a bill or an element of a bill is suggested, that is why we have omnibus, so that it tweaks or suggests an amendment to an existing law. But when that law does not exist in the entirety, then we can come up with a new bill. It becomes a new law. So from where I sit, I appreciate the chairman as he moved this bill yesterday. I think he really strained to say that they have rejected it, but I think there are many who feel sympathy with this particular law. He's saying, let the House decide. So for that reason, Mr. Speaker, as somebody from the ASAL, where most of these resources are likely to be discovered and exploited, I want a good bill. But I am really restrained that I am not likely to support it under these circumstances. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Waluke, is the Honorable Lechakapong in here, or is just registered his name? He is not in here. Waluke, continue. You'll be followed by Keungi and then Mutunga and then Ruku.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me also a chance to contribute on this bill, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to sympathize with the committee, especially the chair, Honorable Speaker, yesterday when he was tabling the bill. Mr. Speaker, he was not himself, but because it was his duty as the chair to table. Honorable Speaker, in the first place, when we read this bill touches mostly the ground government. Honorable Speaker, I know, Honorable Speaker, that Kenya as a country has a lot of resources, natural resource, but it is not properly used, Honorable Speaker. We need to put proper measures, regulations, and also the acts that can help this country, Honorable Speaker, and and our people as well. Because the owners of this land, Mr. Speaker, with the new constitution, it is the county government. And the people of the land in those various counties, people who has title deeds, they call the land, it is for them, for the people of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. But when it is the government side to mine, to do mining, Honorable Speaker, those people are always not considered properly, even if they are doing valuations and they are not paid the way they are not supposed to be paid, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, it is important that we cause law on this bill, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of mines that can count the minerals that we have, like oils. Mr. Speaker, since 1987, when the late President Moi announced the oil in this country, Honorable Speaker, it came at time and then it kept quiet. Reason, Kenyans don't know. Same to 2 years ago, 3 years when President Uhuru mentioned about oil in Turkana, and we are crying. everything, people are crying, the prices of everything, food, because of oil, and oil is in Turkana. It was transported, I don't know to which country that they are going to do, I don't know, this country, sometimes you can be cheated, Honorable Speaker, and you know, you have been in this parliament for long, that we are going to do a refinery, I don't know in which country, and up to today, Honorable Speaker, we are suffering as Kenyans, as a country. The president, our president has gone all over looking for money, trying to revive the economy of this country. I appreciate him, Honorable Speaker, and yet we have the oil. What is this oil doing? Maybe because there are some people in this country who are just sitting on it. Maybe they are negotiating with other countries where the oil comes from. We don't know. So, Honorable Speaker, on my side, I'm not supporting this bill. Cannot support something which I know that is affecting the country, that is affecting the people of Kenya, and then I just support. No. If it is energy, we have it in this country, Honorable Speaker. If it is oil, we have it in this country, Honorable Speaker. We have even coal, copper, that the Chinese have been carrying it to China for several years. And we have not seen the benefit. Do they carry for free or they pay? And if they pay, where is the money? Why do not, the government not announce that how much money or how many billions or trillions that the country has gotten from copper or from those natural resources? So, Honorable Speaker, I rise to oppose this bill. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Kangema, MP for Kangema, Yungi. You follow the MP for Kangema.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am also on in between, whereby, Mr. Speaker, the bill has a lot of inconsistencies, mostly on some issues whereby members have raised, like the issues to do with the appointments, whereby an appointment in parastatal or sagas, it doesn't need to come to Parliament, it's only the President to appoint. But those are things that can be amended if the spirit of the bill is good. Mr. Speaker, as I was listening to the mover yesterday, I felt I will oppose it in totality, but I will go the mediable route, whereby if it emanates to go beyond second reading, I can be part of the people who bring amendment on the bill. Mr. Speaker, it's true that it might conflict with some of the bills, maybe the mining, there is the mining bill, the energy. There are bills that are existing maybe which could manage or cure some of the issues that the mover of the bill or the person who has legislated the bill, there are bills which could cure some of the issues that he has raised. But Mr. Speaker, as he defines the natural resources, he says that sunlight, surface, groundwater, forest, and biodiversity. Mr. Speaker, as a resident of Murang'a, for us, we have suffered for long because our only natural resource is water. But there is no benefit that goes back to the residents of Murang'a. And I think if we keep on hiding this fact, one time it will now explode and we will not be able to manage it. It's better we legislate on how we can also share the benefit of water to the residents. We cannot continue to be at the mercies of the government. Like now, as I had seen, I never knew that the registrations whereby in mining 70% is left to goes to the national government, 25% or 20% goes to the county government, and 10% goes to the community. I think we should try to treat all the national resources equally. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, for me as I start, if it is God build the second reading, Mr. Speaker, will also be enjoined so that also we can be able to registrate or take the opportunity to registrate on issues of sharing the water resource. So that also, whenever the government is working or is planning to do an activity to do with water, maybe in Muranga, doesn't come begging us. Should be able to know that they have an authority because all of the residents have been registered or they are benefiting from the resource. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I know there are inconsistencies on the issue of the division. There are some mistakes in the registration, but I wish we can be able to amend some of the issues that has been done against the law, some of those that are contradicting with other existing laws, but also we also who have natural resources which has not been registered on issues of sharing the benefits, that we can also be enjoined so that we cannot find ourselves to a point whereby people are fighting government projects because there are no clear structures or registrations that devices or gives direction on how the owners of that resource do benefit. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the registration has a lot of inconsistencies, a lot of mistakes, but Mr. Speaker, if it goes beyond second reading, Mr. Speaker, I'll be part of the members who will also bring amendment to the bill so that also we can include other natural resources which has not been registered like water. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the next one is the Honorable Mutunga, followed by the Honorable Ruku.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to join my colleagues in looking at this bill once more. Honorable Speaker, I wish the committee did consider the provisions within the Mining Act, the Petroleum Act, the Constitution, and many other provisions that we have. Perhaps the definition of a natural resource is key here. There is the risk that we might get ourselves into when it comes to the shareable resources. One of the things that we need to be careful about is like what the immediate former speaker has said, the immediate former contributor to this bill has said. He has been alluding to resources like water, because water is natural, it's a natural resource, and it's coming from our county. And now, Speaker, if you follow the source water, and you look at what happens to water, water will flow from a spring, from a source, and all the way to where it will either be completely consumed or it gets into the ocean or any other water body. Now, Speaker, if you just follow who becomes the owner of those resources, because if you ask the Muranga people to contain water in Muranga, I think they would have a much bigger problem than basically allowing it to flow. If you look at River Nile and the kind of agreement we have with countries along the Nile, any containment of the water upstream causes some kind of jitters across. And then that's a natural resource which is not just shared within Kenya, but is shared internationally, and we have to allow it to go. So, Honourable Speaker, I think this bill needs to be better thought through, and we need to decide what it is that we are looking at when it comes to natural resources. The bill, Honourable Speaker, aims at establishing fair and benefit sharing in natural resources and exploitation of natural resources. And if we have to look at the benefits, we must be able to define the natural resource itself to a finite level. because we may not be able to get clearly what it is. I have seen the formula that Senate has provided or as proposed, or the drafter of the bill has proposed, and I've also seen the contribution made by the National Assembly. And Madam Speaker, I'd like to refer ourselves to this particular formula. The Senate Bill number 6 of the Natural Resource Benefits Sharing of 2022 proposes the benefit sharing ratio as 60% towards national government and 40% towards county government. And the county government share is divided into two, where they are saying 24% to be affected, to the affected community, and the 16% to the entire county. When you look at the other side of the national government, the National Assembly, which voted for the initial bill and incorporated a number of amendments, among them being that 20% of the benefits go towards the sovereign, the Kenya National Sovereign Wealth Fund. That is provided for in our statutes and constitution. Then 48% goes to the national government, but the 2% goes to the county government, and the proportion for county government is divided into two again, where 19.5% goes to the entire county and 12.5% goes to the affected community. So when you look at this formula and the logic therein, then our speaker, it creates a little bit of jitters, because it might bring in a dimension that we probably may not want to go into. If we are wanting to go towards perfection, probably what we should have done is look at the Mining Act and amend the Mining Act to probably include others. And we need to be very specific on these resources. We cannot generalize on natural resources, because there are very many natural resources, and some of them traverse through boundaries, and they cannot be localized. Well, Speaker, there are a few issues that we need to note, and one of them is the equity issue. When do we create fairness? When we say fair revenue sharing among national government and county government, at what point do we say this is fair and this is unfair? On the issue of transparency, and the issue of openness in agreements, and also the fund management, if there is a fund created, of course, what formula do we use to ensure that? The other issue is that our constitution is very, very rich, especially in terms of accountability and transparency. Are you trying to say that we need to come up with a small formula to deal with this particular issue? Was transparency and accountability in resource management not sufficiently captured? Or is it in the context of sharing? Community participation. Article 118 of the Constitution is very clear on public participation. The only thing that we want to propose, are we bringing in the involvement of the decision makers? And who are the decision makers in this particular respect? You see, when people are sharing and looking at resources, and resources are scarce across the globe, they will basically look at the interest, they will put in their interest first. And therefore, we might bring out problems. In the issue of conservation, the environmental conservation, and you know, environment is universal. On our speaker, we cannot say we have an environment that we have boundaries, or we can create boundaries. Environment is universal. Climate change is affecting us because climate is universal. Whatever is happening in Europe is affecting us here in Kenya, and whatever is happening in America is also need a little bit more of exploring before we can basically draw very serious conclusions. The impact on growth and development. I know it is possible for individuals and even for communities to imagine that they have not been, but I think we have laws that basically guide on what should go to the community and what should probably be taken up. So, Madam Speaker, looking through this particular legislation, I would like to propose that probably we need to enhance more by way of amendment the law that exists on mining, and probably we need to be very specific on what resources we are talking about. I thank you, Madam Speaker. So I actually oppose.
Me, Honorable Ruku. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to point out a number of issues which are making me uncomfortable to support this bill. Mr. Speaker, if I take you to Section 9, where it says that a person qualification for appointment, and it says that the person is qualified for appointment as a chairperson or a member of the board under Section 7, 1FG, and H, if that person hold a degree from a university recognized in Kenya and has knowledge at least 7 years experience in law, 1, 2, environmental management, 3, economics, 4, public finance, 5, mining, 6, community development, and 7, any other related field. Mr. Speaker, realize this law says that for you to be appointed as a chairperson, you must have all that qualification. You must have qualification in law, in environmental management, in economics, in public finance, in mining, in community development. I don't know who is this who has gone to school and standard degrees in about 6 or 7 areas. I think the wording, and I tend to think, Mr. Speaker, that whoever was drafting this bill wanted to say that the chairperson should have knowledge in one of these areas, but not all of them. Therefore, this bill is not crafted in a more serious way. And Mr. Speaker, you know, when we are doing our thesis at PhD or master's level, where it is very easy to see a thesis or a dissertation which someone has taken time to look at, someone has taken as invested time and seriousness when it comes to paragraphs which you are reading, when it comes to abstract, when it comes to, let's say, literature review. But now, when you see such kind of mistakes in a serious bill, Mr. Speaker, you tend to think probably there are more other mistakes which may make someone not to support. The same mistake, Mr. Speaker, is repeated Section 16 of the bill on Director General, that there shall be a Director General of the authority who shall be competitively recruited and appointed by the board on such terms and conditions as the board shall determine. And it goes on to say a person qualifies for appointment as Director General under subsection 1 if such person hold a degree from a university recognized in Kenya and has knowledge and at least 7 years experience in knowledge in law, knowledge in environmental management, knowledge in economics, knowledge in public finance, knowledge in mining, knowledge in community development. Mr. Speaker, I think the drafting of this bill, whoever was drafting this bill did not take enough time to read this section in more serious way, did not comp, you know, tool.com, did not use tool.com to take some time in analyzing each and every clause or section of this bill.
Mr. Speaker, I just come to my realization that we don't have enough quorum in the House.
Okay, fair enough. Honorable Charlotte, you are right. Ring the quorum bell. Sergeant at Arms. for 10 minutes.
Can I proceed? Can I read? I can.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members, there being no quorum, the time being at 18:54 p.m., this House stands adjourned until tomorrow, Thursday, the 7th of March 2024 at 2:30 p.m.
Good morning and welcome to today's Senate live proceedings for this Wednesday, March the 6th of 2024. This is a morning sitting of the Senate, and this is a live broadcast brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit, PBU, in collaboration with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, KBC. On today's order paper, the Senate is scheduled to consider a number of motions as well as a number of questions and statements. And key among the motions that the Senate will consider today morning is the continuation of the debate on the motion on declaration of cattle rustling and banditry as a national disaster and establishment of a special fund for victims. And this is sponsored by Senator William Cheptumo, who is the senator for Baringo, and in this motion he is requesting the Senate to resolve that the national government, through the Ministry of Interior and National Administration and in collaboration with the Council of Governors, to declare cattle rustling as a national disaster and establish a national task force on cattle rustling and banditry to among other things investigate the causes of the rampant cattle rustling and banditry in the said region and the country at large, and establish the extent of suffering and loss and damage of cattle rustling and banditry occasioned to those communities in all the affected counties in the country, and also to create a special fund to mitigate the losses suffered by and to compensate all victims of cattle rustling. In case you're joining us, senators are streaming to the chamber in readiness for today's morning sitting. In the chamber there is the Senator Kwambua in readiness for today's Senate sittings. And then there is a motion by the Select Committee on County Public Investment and Special Funds on its